What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yeah, that's right. My rap scare the fuck out of people, but I'm just misunderstood. But if you was to listen real good, then you wouldn't mistake me for being crazy. You would learn to love and appreciate me now. Hear me clearly, the reason I am how I am, they don't scare me. I'm not under the spell, I'm not trapped in a cycle, they can't pull the wool over my eyes. I see the truth, for all of our lives we've been lied to, and I know it's hard to accept, so we drink away the pain and party to death. Had so much sex, smoke so much weed, we just wanna have fun, we don't wanna think. We just wanna make dollars, we don't wanna make sense. We don't wanna pay attention, we just wanna pay the rent.
Young niggas that blasphemy, no religion.
Young niggas that blasphemy, no religion.
Young niggas that blasphemy, no religion.
Young niggas that blasphemy, no religion. I don't wanna hear about the spiritual epiphany, G's. I'm not a role model, I just care about what make me. More money and celebrity power, more sex, drugs, and fame. A star for my name on that LA sidewalk. That's how you want me to be, ain't it? Cause when I do good, you hate it. But when I'm evil and reckless, you love it. Fanatics, y'all a bunch of sick motherfuckers. You need to grow up and open your minds. I put truth in the song, but you want lies. I put real in rap music, but you want fake. By the time you understand me, it'll be too late. You so caught up in fantasy land, you so under the spell. I wish you luck, I wish you well. Real men drink water, we stay with our women and raise our daughters. And our little men too, and teach them the things they won't teach them in school. Like ancient black history and how to survive in these modern day times. There's no games being played, no kidding, no bullshitting there. No games being played, no kidding, no bullshitting, and no religion.
Young niggas that blasphemy, no religion.
Young niggas that blasphemy, no religion.
Rap ain't right. Young niggas that blasphemy, no religion.
It's a classic by Prodigy. The whole first verse, I feel like that's me speaking. So this is the guy. Oh no. I don't know how to say his name. Adam Weishaupt, some crap. But then missing somebody? Yep, missing the picture.
Yeah, just unmuted me, Mike. Adam Weishaupt, yeah.
This is the guy we're gonna talk about first. Do you know my April 19th is the 109th day of the year? That's crazy. So this guy, Ignatius of Loyola, all right, yeah. Jesuit order. I was watching this thing on Prodigy, and they were saying death by the numbers, and they were going into how 42 was the Nigger word. And if you think about it, how they a lot of black sports players, like Jackie Robinson wore 42, then they retired his number. Ken Griffey Jr.'s number 24, which is a reflection of 42. I mean, it goes on and on. I could name tons of players with 42. Wow. All right, let me look this guy's name up. I forgot to spell it. Loyola. What's his first name? Can you see it, Dean? Iglesias or?
Yeah, it looks like IG.
I got it. Ignatius of Loyola.
Ignatius, there you are. Yep.
So Ignatius of Loyola. He was born October 23rd, 1491, and he exited the flesh in July 31st. There's that 13 of 1556. He was venerated as Saint Ignatius of Loyola. He was a Spanish Catholic priest and theologian. He, with 6 companions, founded the religious order of the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, and became its first superior general in Paris in 1541. He looks like a dipshit. Ignatius envisioned the purpose of the Society of Jesus to be missionary work and teachings. In addition to the vows of chastity, obedience, and poverty of other religious orders in the church, Loyola instituted a 4th vow for Jesuits of obedience to the Pope to engage in projects ordained by the pontiff. Jesuits were instrumental in leading the Counter-Reformation. As a former soldier, Ignatius paid particular attention to the spiritual formation of his recruits and recorded his method in the spiritual exercises. So, the Jesuit order plays a big part in the music industry and probably any industry, right? Any corporation, any agenda that's being pushed. They're like the foundation to religion, government, military, you name it, man. The Pope is the triple crown.
Yep.
He's the triple crown frown. I'll steal that crown from his head and melt it down. But they also like to poison people with arsenic. And arsenic is 33 on the periodic table. And under the gematria calculator, it's also 33 arsenic. That's a famous thing they poison people with when they speak too much. And if you look here at Prodigy, I could barely see. Okay. So from Havoc's 43rd, Prodigy's, so from Sunday, May 21st, 2017 to the day he passed, June 20th, 2017. 4 weeks and 2 days, right? Which is 42. And if you see the word, he died at the age of 42, allegedly. And it's a ritual shaming number for black people. That's what I've heard over and over. And from the evidence, I just can't really go against that. The Jesuit dialectic.
Put me earphones in.
The agenda, centralization of power under the Vatican of Rome. Thesis, and then the antithesis, or the problem, reaction, solution tactics they like to use. I wonder how many stars are under these wings.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Count the left side. Which side are you counting?
6, left side.
All right, I'll count the right side. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think I've got 16.
Yeah, so do I. Or 17. So that would be 33. Interesting. Probably no one's going to show up for the most part. But that's cool. I'm used to people turning my back on me. I've watched a lot of people come and go. Peace, Jen. How you doing? I gotta give you a wrench,
Hey.
Jen.
Hey, Jen. How are you? Charging up the bowl. That's interesting.
Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, Jen. Sending healing energy to your little dog, man. That's horrible. Whoops. Alright, let me get back to what I was doing here.
Yep, 16 aside as far as I can work that out.
So yeah, and I had 17, so that's 33.
Yep. And 17. Yep.
So the Jesuit order. Let's look. He was the instrument in leading the Counter Reformation. I don't know what that is, so let's check it out. The Counter Reformation in Latin, it's Contra-Reformatio or something. Also sometimes called the Catholic Revival. Was the period of Catholic resurgence that was initiated in response to and as an alternate to the Protestant Reformations at the time. It began with the Council of Trent from 1545 to 1563. Now, this might be the old world, or it could be made up, and largely ended with the conclusion of the European Wars of Religion. The European Wars of Religion. Interesting. So they were against the tribes of like Europe. They wanted to conquer them all and stole all their fucking information and knowledge and wisdom and molded it and said it's their own now, which we all know they love doing that. Life. Now I want to look into the Prodigy was talking about the SEs or S from esoteric. The word comes from the SEs. It's an old Egyptian tribe, I think.
Okay.
I don't know how to spell that. That's the problem.
If it starts off as the same as esoteric, then I would say it would have to have ESO for a start, and then SES or S.
Yeah.
Yeah, have to be.
You ever heard of the penitent thief? The
Never.
penitent thief, also known as the good thief, the wise thief, the grateful. How's there a grateful thief? Yeah, I'm very grateful I stole that. The thief on the cross they're referring to.
Or maybe. Going on. No, it's a thief. I feel of the inheritance, which is the realm. This is what I believe it would be.
The Gospel of Nicodemus. A Hellenistic Jew.
I mean, if you use the whole setup of the Bible, the way it's written out and that in the law, you can see that our world is founded on it. founded on the Bible's description of how to rule a place with.
Yeah. The God that judges you in the Bible is the same judge in the fucking courthouse. That's how I feel.
Yeah, of course it is. That's what I feel it is. Is that is just it was the basis of all the law and the way that it's set up. Even government policies are built around that transcript. Yeah.
That's crazy, man, when you think about it. Like I said, man, people always down me and say, where do you get your info? I'm always being attacked by these religious nymphos.
Offer them a bloody straight whiskey, mate. Come on in and join in and have a drink.
They call me a Satanist. They call me a devil. They can't stand. I'm against religion. I'm a rebel.
Oh, well. Their choice. The thing is, if you're going to base a premise of all your thinking on something else's thoughts, then you're not being responsible or true to yourself, I think.
It's been a while, Soama.
Hello, Soama. How are you, sister?
I was just saying bad things about you, Soama. I said she don't love me no more. She don't come by and show love. I'm joking. I'm joking. But no, I do miss you coming by. That's for sure.
I think there's certain times of the day too, Chuck, that
she has a family too. I know.
Yeah, people are not so busy at a certain time of the day. I think when you pick your lives on those times too, it changes the dynamics of people who can join in. It's Saturday here, so it's not so bad. Yeah.
So we're gonna go into the Jesuits order. Huh?
For you, it's Friday. For us, it's Saturday, you know?
True. Okay. So, look at this picture, man.
Where's my glass? Right.
It says July 31st. That
doesn't look too comfortable.
These are just some old. I got these pictures from this guy, Saint Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Society of Jesus, who passed. Who cares when he passed away? You know, how do they get? You know, if you look at the word saint, right? It's more like Satan, Saint-in, right?
Yep.
That's why they abbreviate it with the ST.
I got that song on one of my CDs I listen to. There's "You'll Never Make a Saint of Me."
Yeah, I can't really see this picture. Let me make it bigger. Really want to get a look at this. The guy in the bottom left with the bald head, that's Saint Dookie Stain. Saint Iglustius. Saint Ignatius. Yeah, I know. What does this stuff matter? I know what people want to say. What does all this matter, man?
Well, actually, it's what it does is it's actually breaking things out of hiding, Chuck. Things that haven't been known.
True. Look at all this gold, man. There's people starving.
Here, bro.
Thank you. There's people starving, and they got all this gold in the Vatican, you know? And in their bullshit, we love the people. You know, you know, when that New Orleans thing happened, I I lost so much more. I turned my back completely on religion. They wouldn't even let the people who were suffering, hungry, you know, in the flood, and they locked the church doors on the people, man.
Yeah, it's fucking sad.
It's disgusting.
Yeah. It's fucking disgusting, all right. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can't even fucking imagine that. You know, wanting to be a part of any church that did that to people. Fuck. Excuse my French, but that is disgusting.
Look how they got the babies, Dean. They always got these naked babies in these pictures. It's fucking weird.
You've shifted it. Which picture was it? Not this one.
Oh, this one.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just a buddy. It's
this one.
built on debauchery, man. Fucking whole lot of it. You know.
It's insane. You know, I tried to go live later for other people, but they didn't share my video out until 20 minutes after or 40 minutes after I posted it. YouTube. They didn't even share it out to 40 minutes after. So that people could have had an extra 40 minutes to get ready. Like, I'm being screwed in so many ways. And if anyone wants to see the live streams from the last couple of days, they're either on my second channel or on my Free Thinkers channel. I'm trying to give my other channels some stuff too. So I didn't erase them. They're on the other channels.
Well, I usually get. I mean, I get notifications for Three Thinkers, and Charles was one, and I think Charles was two. Yeah, those are the three. Yeah.
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 Yep.
I've got my notifications on them, and they come through for me. Yep.
The Jesuit order, aren't they a secret society?
Of course they are, Chuck. I mean, they're not out there on the old buddy.
Yeah, it's called the Monita Secreta. The Monita Secreta, also known as Secret Instructions of the Jesuits or the Secret Instructions of the Society of Jesus, is an alleged code of instructions from the Claudio Aquavia, the fifth general of the Society of Jesus, so its various superiors, which claims to lay down methods to expand the power and influence. Hold on.
Exactly.
Damn it.
There you go. And I mean, how do you do that best? Right? In the business center. That's where everything revolves around the money, around the dollar. And that's why these buggers, whenever they set up a town, doesn't matter where it is in which country, every town has got a business hub that started with the bloody Mason's Lodge, right?
Yep. It says the history. Scholars consider the Monita to be the work of one Jerome Zawarowski, or a Ruthenian nobleman from Poland, having been a member of the society, had been expelled for disciplinary matters in 1613. They were first published in Krakow, as Poland. Krakow. Let's see. Krakow is in Poland. Okay, like Crocus ham.
Excuse me.
Where is everybody?
Chud there.
Debate about authenticity. Among those who have argued that the Monita are a hoax are Bishop Lipsky of Krakow, Father Bernard Durr, that's his name, D-U-H-R, Durr, in his Jesuitan Fabelin, Fra Paolo Sarpi, the historian of the Council of Trent, and Antoine Arnold, and the Novalis Ecclesiastices, plus anti-Jesuits such as the Jansenists, Henry de Saint Ignace.
You know, fuck, I wish Phil was here right this minute. Where's Phil, man? Where's Phil right this minute?
And Dom, too. Dominic is very knowledgeable in this area. But he might think it's a lot of noise. I like when he says that. It's funny.
People get worried, with the type of noise that people make, you know? I think, too, people worry about that. You know, because comfortable's how most of us really are. We're pretty comfortable where we're at.
Yeah.
And to start challenging these types of boundaries, because that's what we are. We're challenging the boundaries of where this why this world came about like it is, and why people suffer like we do. Right?
Yeah, they had to create a script to steer the masses, like I said, from rising up. Because if people knew they were slaves created from a genetic lab underground or anywhere, that just makes people say fuck it, you know. But you got to control people with psychological war. So how do you do it? You create Jesus and you give them a heaven they'll go to if they're good little boys and girls. And then if you do bad, you'll burn in this scary hell. Yeah. Well, it can't be no more scary than the system we live in.
I reckon. Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, whatever hell you're living in here is the kind of hell you'll think you'll go to if you bloody die, right? So it's it's a mind fuck, really. What a hell of a thing to live with, you know? Yeah.
You heard of the theory on the Titanic about J.P. Morgan? It says in 1910, at a clandestine meeting which was hosted by J.P. Morgan, 7 major financiers, all of whom were either controlled by or in league with the Jesuits, came to an agreement on the need to eliminate outside competition in the banking world and create a central bank which would be backed by the United States government, a bank which would later be known as the Federal Reserve. This scheme, however, was opposed by certain influential businessmen such as Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Strauss, and that's close to my grandma's Krauss, and John Jacob Astor. Whoever's in the back, I'm coming. Axis, nice. What's up, Axis? How's everything? How you feeling today?
Oh, yeah, I feel alright. I feel fairly
good.
Yeah.
Hey, Axis, how you going?
Hey, Dean, how's it going, brother?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah.
So I just want to end it with, they sunk the ship and killed off the competition, allegedly. I thought, what's his name was involved? I can't think of his name. But I guess not. It was J.P. Morgan's, allegedly, however true this is. But yeah, they said that the banks allegedly wouldn't be in play if these people weren't annihilated. So who knows how true all that is, but I'm just
Well, they
I'm
reckon,
regurgitating from
people that
Wikipedia.
went down with the people that went down with the Titanic were opposers too. You know, there were opposers in different bloody um, catastrophes that were. They got rid of people. They got
Hey,
rid of people.
Axis.
Yeah.
Where's this guy's name? Where did it go? What do you know about Ignatius of Loyola, the Saint Ignatius of Loyola, or the general of the Jesuits? I think it said. I thought he was the foundation to the Illuminati, but that's this guy. I had him mixed up. That's this guy right here, Adam Weishaupt. That's even true. Like, who knows? I always think in my mind it might not all be true. So
I think it spawns many centuries and many generations of the same influence from the same entities. But that's my personal opinion. I don't think that it's a guy that may live to be 90 years old passing on an elite heritage of that type of information over and over. To accomplish what they've accomplished, you would have had to have had a single-minded entity that was able to transcend himself over many, many, many millennia or decades or, centuries.
Absolutely, yes, I agree with that.
I think that's why after what they call the last cataclysm, according to the record, all that information from prior to the cataclysm carried over into modern Mesopotamia, and then from Mesopotamia to Babylon to Egypt to what's now the West. And it was the same collaborative ideal that had been transpiring for generations before the cataclysm.
I always wonder about these cataclysms. What I have so many questions about these cataclysms. Was there a war? These people had high-tech weapons, because I found tons of paintings with these taller people. I would pull them up, but it'll take forever to find them. But some of them were from Paris, where they show these tall Brits. They wear that British type attire. They're like at least 14 feet tall. It makes sense. You see all these bigger buildings. Maybe there was some type of war.
Well, to my notion, the first step that I take whenever I start to envelop information, especially from history, is I look at my construct around me. And I understand that I live in a mathematical construct. And I don't know if last Thursday theory applies at any point in time. It could. You really can't prove how much of your memory and how much of history was basically programmed to create the narrative that we're living under. But I am aware that we are only here a short time, and then we transcend on from this physical body and the release of energy that we are. So this is not my home. This is just a temporary place that I'm passing through. And at one point in time, I thirsted to understand and know the significance of it all. And when I found it, it was so simplistic and so overwhelming that I found myself completely satisfied and disillusioned at the same time. Just like the resets are getting ready to do now.
Yeah, that sucks.
Now,
sucks.
Well, it happens. It happens. It's happened many times before. You got Zuckerberg and his crew with Elon Musk trying to create a virtual living place for us to go mentally. That whole neural link hooking into
Reminds
the
me of the
computer.
Matrix. Yeah.
Precisely. Well, in a fractal nature, you can't, under any circumstance, definitively say that you're not in a circumstance like that right now, because everything here on this plane of existence is based off of math, binary, sacred geometry, golden proportion.
Yeah. 1 and 0,
even,
right?
Yeah.
Everything's like 1 and 0, male, female.
Well, yeah, that's the natural state of things, but they've managed to sustain particles just above absolute zero to obtain superposition, which means that those particles are in a state of 1 and 0 at the same time, with all equations equivalent within itself, deriving all possible outcomes, all possible events, all possible scenarios, all equations, which builds into a multiverse.
Yeah,
but that's just a mathematical approach.
I've talked about. I remember this channel I still watch here and there. Bro Sanchez. He made this theory that we could be trapped in one of those computers now, and then they could trap us in another one, and then another one, and before you know it, we could be in a cubic Saturn now.
That's wild, right?
Yeah, well, that's what Ian from We Are Awake News is. He's doing he's really woke up to some pretty heavy concepts that, I really appreciate the fact his mind's finally gotten there. And he's understanding now the base root of the construct, the constant, the persistent, and he's also deprogramming. And
I'm still deprogramming myself. I catch myself sometimes with program stuff.
But he's
I've
doing
come a
great,
long
man.
way. That's good.
I don't have history with you, so I don't know. Where all you've been, what all you know, how much you've researched. I don't know if you're a mathematician, a theorist, a quantum mechanics theorist, or whether you're just a spirit. Oh, you're not.
No, I'm not. I really don't have a label, but I find something in everything. Whether it's the Bible, it's just books to me. I don't praise any of these deities because I don't know them. I don't know what I'm praising.
Right. Well, I'm an omniist. I recognize all religions and ascribe. I recognize all religions and philosophies, but ascribe to none. I only use that which is necessary for me at the time.
Sounds kind of like me.
Well, that's just being broad-minded.
I used to, say F the Masons and this and that. And then one day someone came to me and said, Chuck, we were sitting down talking. They said, why, because they were like, if a white man came to you, right, and did something, I'll just use that because I'm so-called white. Are you going to hate all white people? And I said, no, I'm not like that. And then he said, so why do you talk shit or say F all the Masons? He goes, do you think your local carpenter that's in the lodge has anything to do with what's going on now? I said, no, it's just a hard-working man trying to feed his family and stay afloat. And it kind of elevated me past that ignorant mind state in so many ways. Like even religion, people want to take it to their heart and call me Satanist. I had many Christians and Catholics call me Satanist, I'm evil, I'm burn in hell.
That title.
Whatever.
Yeah, I definitely bore that title for quite a while here on the internet. Though I'm an omniist, the closest they can associate their feeble minds with is Satan. So naturally, I meet all opposition. And regardless of the information that I have to offer, their dogma keeps them stupid, dumb, and cattle-like.
Spellbound.
Yeah, blind.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
So,
remember when I
go
just
ahead.
want to say I remember when I used to date this girl, love of my life, back in high school days. Her mother was a Jehovah's Witness, and she sat down with me and tried to get me to do these lessons and stuff and be a Jehovah's Witness. And you know, I didn't know who Jehovah was back then like I do now, but she would say, in the end days, these are the end days. This is 25 years ago, right? So I'm like, so
Right.
when's the end? They've been feeding people that for how many decades or generations? She said Satan is the
Century.
smooth talker. All the people are going to flock to him in the last days. And I sat there and I looked at it and I said, sounds like Jesus, a handsome guy where everyone flocks to.
Hey, good observation.
Yeah,
Good on you, man. Good on you.
I was about
Definitely.
16 or 7. No, yeah, about 17 then, 18.
Well,
She
I
looked
mean,
at me real evil.
if you look at the cat, man, you know, he's identified by his sigil, a weapon of sacrifice, a crucifix. That's a symbol of death, man. A painful death at that.
Yeah, I used to sit in church axis and look at that and be like, why are these religions just boast? Put this man up there. I was thinking if I died, like suffered like that, I wouldn't want people celebrating or putting these symbols everywhere with me suffering. It's almost like they're celebrating his suffering. Oh, he died for our sins, really? Because the sinning's worse than ever.
Well, I wear my crosses inverted
Yeah.
to signify that, you know, whatever power I serve is not chained, nailed, or bound to a sacrificial or a crucifixial weapon of punishment and torture. You know, I'm unbound. So therefore, upside down crucifix to me without an image on it shows that I am free from the church.
But
Yeah, I
we're
got
not
a
free from
tattoo
being bound by the bloody political system, though.
with my
We're still
grandpa's name
bound.
on it. I kind of regret it, but it's already there.
Well, if you look at the Bible, Peter, in out of an act of attrition and humility, refused to be crucified right side up. He wanted to be crucified upside down in honor of his freedom and escaping, and in respect for the fact that his teacher was crucified right side up, and he says, I'm not worthy. Well, whether I'm worthy or not doesn't matter. I wear my cross inverted to show the church, no, I'm not the one. Wow. I'm sorry, man. Went dead silent.
Mm.
Interesting. Did I say too much?
No. I was pulling this picture up. See, they always
Oh.
have them bound to something like this picture. This is from that. I was in Wikipedia and I was reading about this guy, Ignatius
Right.
of Loyola,
Right.
and this picture was in there from the Jesuit order.
Right. And that's no different. The Church of Rome and Roman Catholicism is where you get your New Testament from. It was the Council of Nicaea. Constantine II, according to history. Now, I have questions whether history is even a factual thing or not. But
Exactly. Yeah.
regardless, they say Constantine II's mother declared Christianity to Constantine. Constantine claimed that he had a vision, and to win Rome from the Christians, which were becoming a threat to the Roman Empire, he allowed Christianity to be practiced and declared it the state religion. He got the Council of Nicaea together, which edited and altered letters that were what they could get their hands on, and develop what we call the New Testament, the Testament of Jesus. Now, what you got to consider is prior to that, the Library of Alexandria was deliberately burnt down.
So there was no records there.
Those were the records of our entire history. Scholars from all over the world, however you want to see it, came there to study and learn, and it was burnt to the ground and claimed that nothing remained. There's supposed to be a couple other depositories like that too, but the one in Alexandria, they can factually, according to history, prove it. But Christianity and the Roman Catholicism, that come out of Rome. Constantine II, the First Church of Rome, which was the Catholic Church, and then the secular nature of the Jesuits came inside of the church, especially during the time of the Crusades and the Knights Templar. And that's all a Mason, if you really want to know the truth.
It's Mason.
Yeah, they're brought into the Masonic order under the illusion that they're becoming a part of the original Knights Templar. You know, that's what that's all about. Yeah. And you can ask any Mason, they can freely tell you that's not a big secret. You know, they will tell you, yeah, that they consider themselves, you know, from the Knights Templar, or the bloodline of Knights Templar.
Yep, no, that's pretty much laid it out there, Axis. I mean, that's, you know, how the whole
I'm looking up the Templars right now. The poor fellow soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, mainly known as the Knights Templar, was a military order of the Catholic faith and one of the wealthiest and most popular military orders in Western Christianity. They were founded in c. 1119, headquartered on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, and existed for nearly 2 centuries during the Middle Ages.
Yep. Yeah, and Jacques de Molay was burnt at the stake on Friday the 13th because the Knights Templar had become almost as powerful as the Catholic Church in wealth and power. So they wiped out the, it would have been the Knights Templar at that point in time, with Jacques de Molay being the head, the leader of the Knights Templar. And from that, you got the Masonic order later on because of rites of passage to travel as a Mason, a carpenter, because travel wasn't open. But a Mason could travel anywhere because of his skilled craft.
What do the Moors play a role in the Masons? Some guy said the Germans are they're the foundation of the Masons, excuse me, and which could be true, because I
told you where the Masons come from.
Well, I didn't hear you. What would you? Okay.
Knights Templar. They think they are the modern incarnation of the Knights Templar.
And how do the Moors play a role? Like, some of the Moors come from
just another sect of influence. That's all that. Yeah, they're just another sect of influence. Like whenever Rome fell to the the Visigoths, those were savages that finally pillaged what was left of Rome. But you don't call the Visigoths Romans just because they were the final pillagers of it.
Oh. Kind of looks like they used the Iron Cross, like the Germans did.
Yeah, that's the that's the I'll think of the name of the cross because I've got it tattooed on both of my arms.
The Maltese,
The,
isn't it?
no, well, I've got the Iron Cross, the Chaldean
Yeah.
Iron Cross of the Knights Templar.
Yeah. I'll pull it up for you, Dean, in a second.
Yeah. I think Pixie's got a friend of ours got one.
This is the seal.
Yep.
Right here. And then this is the Iron Cross of one of the Knights Templar.
Yep.
And this says it's one of the temples in London, I guess, of the Knights Templar. I don't know. Huh. Oh, man. On the seal, it kind of looks like the Globus Cruciger with the cross and the ball. Like, you know, the one that Jesus holds in the pictures, and a lot of other, Queen Elizabeth held it. A lot of, like, kings
Well, that
and
comes
stuff.
from
I have.
Solomon and Solomon and Enochian Gnosticism is what you're looking at there on those coins, except for the two Templars, which come from the Chaldean. The Maltese cross. The spiral with the Maltese cross at the top of it is Solomonic and Enochian mysticism.
The poor knights of Jesus.
No, they weren't. Not at the end, man.
Yeah, I think. Wait. Yeah.
Well,
It says the poor knights of Christ in the Temple of Solomon, a religious military order of knighthood.
but he flipped the old onion heads
Go,
over.
I'm sorry, Dean. I didn't mean.
What's
Oh,
up, Big
sorry.
Worm?
Go ahead and type in Knights Templar and the FNAM,
Peace,
Free and
bro.
Accepted Masons.
Peace, my eye. The Knights
What's
Templar.
And the Free and Accepted Masons are the FNAM.
FNAM.
FEAM. FEAM.
Yep, Free and Accepted Masons. Because they shut down the Masonic Order in, it was the 1817?
Oh, it's FAEM. Okay.
Yeah, that's
right.
where you get fame from.
Yeah, see, the ethnic people, the melanated people, they become, they're not a part of the main lodge. They're Prince Hall Masons. But they've got their own lodge. Just the same as the Eastern Star, which are the female Masons.
Yeah, I Googled it. I put in Knights Templar. I put
Yes,
FAEM, and then I put free, and, well, let me scroll.
Or just put
Free and
put in
Accepted Mason.
Yeah.
Much love
Or
to you,
just-
Dan.
And
Yeah,
not
there
much
you
came
go,
up.
there, bro.
Well, just type in Masons
Much
and
love to you.
Knights Templar.
We both
Okay.
on speaker here, the moorings in the background.
Alright, Knights Templar. Oops, what the heck? Come on. Here we go. So what have you been up to, Mind's Eye?
Oh man, I'm
probably-
just chilling. Been doing what it do. How you been doing, my brother?
Just chilling, trying to stay afloat and live as peaceful as I can. Trying to get that inner peace going.
I know that's
Charge up my armor. You know, just let all the stuff. Try not to let anything bother me. Remember when you had that peace, like Dean was talking about it, when we were children? That's the peace I want, where I didn't worry about much. I was just happy all the time. I used to have such enthusiasm.
I know that's right. Yeah, you gotta keep up with that. Right?
Peace, Mr. Super Sidewinder. So I looked up Knights Templar and Mason, and then I went to Wikipedia where it says Knights Templar Freemasonry. And it says the Knights Templar, full name, the United Religious Military and Masonic Orders of the Temple and of St. John of Jerusalem, Palestine, Rhodes, and Malta. Dang, that's a name. Is a fraternal order affiliated with Freemasonry. Unlike the initial degrees conferred in a regular Masonic lodge, which in most regular Masonic jurisdictions only require a belief in a supreme being regardless of religious affiliation. The Knights Templar is one of the several additional Masonic orders in which membership is open only to Freemasons who profess a belief in Christianity. One of the obligations entrants to the order are required to declare is to protect and defend the Christian faith. The word united in its full title indicates that more than one historical tradition and more than one actual order are jointly controlled within this system. The individual orders united within the system are principally the Knights of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, the Knights of St. Paul, and only within the York Rite, the Knights of the Red Cross.
Bingo. The Scarlet Cross. Yes. 16th degree left-hand path.
Yeah, the Red Cross, that's just, say basically the bloody Band-Aid.
The Masonic Red Cross of Constantine, being inspired by the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, and the Order of Malta, being inspired by the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. The Masonic Order of Knights Templar derives its name from the medieval Catholic military order Knights Templar. However, it does not claim.
Bloody good history.
I didn't know there was two of them. It says it does not claim any direct lineal descent from the original Templar order. Okay. So I got to look into the second Constantine.
Constantine II, because he was the one that declared Christianity to be the state religion for Rome, which developed the Catholic Church. He claimed that during the course of a battle, before he engaged, he saw the sign of the cross in the sky, that their God, Jesus, or whoever, showed him that if he accepted it, he would win the battle. He come back, declared it. His mother would allow that situation to influence the Roman citizens to accept the Christians, and turned it over to the Roman Catholic state of Rome.
Huh.
And thus
began
the mystery.
And this is where we are now.
But that's just what you've been taught. I can't prove that, we weren't put in a machine 2 days ago, and everything that we're realizing and experiencing right now has been programmed into us when we were inserted 2 days ago into a machine.
Yep, just like a nickel
on that
or
for
a
a bit.
quarter. Yeah, time is an illusion. But like where it's a religious order and all of that, and they showing you what, say all of the stuff that people deal with inside of entertainment is an example of what they telling you they fighting off. It's like a piece of rotten ass bait, you know, and you can bite it if you want to. You will be pulled in. This where you
Were
get
you in?
characters.
Were you in the entertainment
What?
industry? Were you
Nah,
in the entertainment?
nah.
Oh, okay. I was just
I ain't
curious.
no damn movie star or none of that. I'm a regular person just like you, bro.
I'm not
Shit,
a regular person.
as far as watching the shit, yeah, I was part of it because I was the one receiving what they was putting out,
Yeah,
just
I was
like
a
the rest
blind
of
artist.
the people.
I retired
But
from
where
the
they
music industry.
what's that?
Wax Tech. I retired from the music industry. I live
Yeah,
off my residuals from the music industry. Wax Trax Records, Chicago.
no
You
doubt.
need a band up. Yeah, Thrill Kill Cult. My life with
That's
the
what
Thrill Kill
these
Cult.
dealing with the Masons and all of that, all of the Templars and all of that. This like say
No.
where they show you what they talking
Oh,
about.
they do, maybe. We didn't. We were anti-religion and hedonism, highly sexually charged and hedonistic. That was our
I just
message.
want to say about the industry. Like I was thinking about this morning, and it came to me. You know how they say Eminem? He said, "I'm the rap devil." Well, you know why? You know, people say, "Oh, he's a Satanist," blah blah blah. Now I know why he did that. He had problems with the 5%er. What was his name? Damn it, I thought of his name this morning. But anyway, the guys in the 5% Nation. 5% Nation say the white man's the devil. Now it all makes sense of why Eminem did that. He was mocking the guy. He didn't put the horns on his head because he's a devil or a devil worshiper. He could be, but you know, I doubt that. It was to mock this guy. And then you get people who build this false narrative and it poisons the
Exactly.
minds.
Yeah. It's like reverse psychology, exactly. You know, like they can do what you scared to do. They can do what you won't do, you know. Um like say dealing with all of this stuff, man, it's true. It's true to, you know, where it can get you if if you were pulled in by it and all of that. You know, cause like where I learned about it or I put a 2 and 2 together with it, Jason Voorhees, man. You know how they told you that dude went to hell and he came back?
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that.
Look, you gotta pay attention, man. It ain't about believing, just look at the story and see what they telling you. The motherfucker went to hell and came back. This is what that Catholic Church and all of that shit, the
How much
Templars.
you think they paid him to say that? So the
This
church
ain't
don't fall apart.
this shit ain't about no money. I'm looking at it from where I'm simply putting the symbolism together.
I
You
remember
know,
that story, mine's. I watched the video and the guy was trembling and stuff, but I died twice, and each time was a different experience. The first time, it was like a computer shutting down, and all the important people in my life were flashing before me, and then what felt like hours was only like 10 minutes, and my friend was slapping me for me to come to. Second time I died, I felt at complete peace. Wherever I went, I didn't have no stress, no depression, no anger. It was all love. I felt at complete peace. And then poof, I opened my eyes and it all came right back. The anger, the all the feelings you can have. I felt the weight come on me. And I'm like, not here again, because wherever I was at peace.
exactly.
Sound familiar, Dean?
You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Yeah, I described the
course.
same thing to Dean whenever one of my death experiences. It's been about 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like
Yeah,
something letting me know everything's gonna be all right. Because I always question the afterlife, and I'm scared to die because I don't know what's after here. And it's all by programming. They program us to fear death and to fear what's
yeah.
after here. Because maybe if people found out it's better after here, no one would put up with this shit. People would
Hey,
probably exit here quick.
hey, Charles, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Like, they ain't programmed me. I did what I did. You know, I put it on my own comprehension level, and that's where I made it make the sense. Like, didn't shit scare? Like, they didn't scare me. You know, so as far as how I think of this shit, it is what it is. It's gonna be programming. Period. If you a person that on the side of being right and being in the light all the time, you ain't gonna know about the dark part of the world.
But you gotta
You
embrace the
know
darkness.
exactly,
It's
or you
all
gonna
part
be
of
scared
us.
of the
We
shit.
come from the darkness.
Exactly. Just what I'm saying. Where they said Jason went to hell and his ass came back. Hell or heaven, where did you come from?
Who knows? My mama's womb.
Exactly, but she's
But
grounded on earth. Like, you know what I
I
mean?
think
You
I was
can't.
sent here though. You know,
We
I
we
feel
all
like
get here the
we have
same
a
way.
mission here. And
Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
why I see through a lot of this shit and why I'm so I don't know a word to use, but why I'm so passionate about finding the truth and trying to bring peace on this realm. You know, if people love each other and work together, that's
Can I
that's
ask
the
you a
most
question?
difficult task. Yeah,
Whose truth?
Blue's Clues.
Whose truth?
Oh, okay.
Whose perspective and comprehension of the truth are you trying to find?
Who I am, why I'm here, where are we?
Your truth.
Huh?
You're looking for your truth.
Well,
that's the only way it can be.
Or are you looking for somebody else's truth to adopt?
no.
It's your truth.
I guess I could say it's my truth.
Look inside, you'll find it.
You looking for
And
the simple, what I'm looking for. And say
yeah.
that's the template, not the Templars, but the template, like say, your clear piece of paper that you get to writing on, that's the truth. You know, this is
Described
what
in
the
your
truth is.
spirit and
The
your
truth
soul.
is a lie that you can't believe. That's what the truth is, bro. Can't nobody come and tell me no truth. Let me just tell you that now. Who can come bring me the truth? No, not a soul on this planet. Can't nobody tell me no truth.
I like to
Well,
hear people's different
I'm
perspectives, man.
gonna lie
Yeah,
to you then. Hold on, I'm getting ready to lie to you. Since the light can bring you the truth, I'm gonna lie to you. Your truth is
yeah.
inside you.
Uh-huh.
It's the biggest lie I told today.
I don't know if that's a lie.
Well, he said he's not taking any outside information in his truth, so I had to lie to him.
Yeah, it's like it's my perspective, and that's what it is. It's just the reality. Like, we can come along with our own chalk and write it how we see it, but like say where we write it is it's still the same little piece of sidewalk, or we got the same projector board. Like, you ain't doing nothing different. We all got the same frame that we writing on. You know what I mean? That's the truth right there. What you gonna make your desk or wherever you trying to explain, that's how I look at it. Like, you are an instrument. That's the truth. They can't stop you from say what they talk about, whistleblower or blowing a horn, saxophone or trombone. that's you. Like you said on your rhyme, man, raw from the gills. You know?
Oh no, I said build. I have Tartarian skills.
Mhm.
Building up to the guild. It's not.
Get
It sounds like
to
I'm
the
saying gills, like a fish
gills.
gills, but it's
Okay.
guild,
Okay, yeah.
like in carpentry, the guild.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You
And
see what I'm saying, though? You know.
yeah.
Can
Now
I
this,
say something on Tartaria?
yeah, it's only a
If you
country.
want, well, they claim that there was a mud flood and that the Europeans come over here and dug everything out, according to Tartarian myth, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Just ask the Native Americans.
Yeah, that's how we read
It'd be
it.
that
Yeah.
simple. Yeah, just ask the Native Americans. Was that shit here before the white man came?
look how big Tartaria is. Holy smokes.
Man, that's massive, huh?
Yeah, isn't that China and Russia in one? No, China's below,
Yeah.
or the smaller part of it. It says China or Chine. There's no A, it's an E. Chine. Chine.
Yeah. Yep. Say
It
a lot
probably
of
would
stuff.
have Kublai Khan had it, the Mongolian.
You
Um,
know, a lot
Like
of
how
yeah,
stuff got buried in the mud floods.
but how can people say like, a lot of like 5%ers and other people believe like that white people come from somewhere else and that it was nothing but so-called black people here. Now, they say like, how can Americans only be one so-called, Americans are all different walks of life, so why couldn't other countries be like that in the past? I think what you
Americans are
see always has been people are always traveling and they're from everywhere. Everyone's from everywhere.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Like this planet is
Ameri-
so old. This planet is past where you could say anything about ancient. Like, man, it was whole other beings on this planet before the form that's us. I bullshit you not. It ain't,
Yeah,
like what up,
Cyclops, Blemmies, all that stuff.
man? Yeah, so many
Genetic
different types of
mistakes.
beings. Yep.
It's like they were messing up on the genetics till they got the perfect human.
And this where you get banishing. You know how they'll show a lab and it'll have all kind of specimens in jars and shit, man. This
Yeah,
shit
yeah.
ain't dope. Full body skeletons of beings you couldn't imagine. You couldn't even
Look at
imagine.
Lilith. They
You
say
know,
Lilith
and
was
you
created out of the ground, which we get metal from the ground.
digging
I
in her
think
back. Yep.
tech is nothing new. The ancestors definitely had tech, and electricity is nothing new. I always say if we could think it up, and we're pretty dumbed down and controlled our thoughts. So imagine the
Mhm.
ancestors that most likely, I don't know how true it is, weren't controlled. Very, you see all the inventions in the 1800s, electric scooters and all this stuff, that they just steal the patents and put them out in their own name and say, look what we invented. No, you reverse engineer.
Exact. That's all they can do. It's like hand me downs. Um,
Hand me
that,
downs.
hey, that's the whole thing, bro. With the situation that we dealing with, like say it's a pass down from big brother. That's what the shit is. You getting your shoes from your big brother, vice versa, the sister giving down her stuff to the little sister. That's what it's all about, man. We ain't really recreating or, you know, we working with the best we can, but we ain't making up nothing that wasn't already here. Hence the template.
I just want to say, sorry to interrupt you, but that's good,
You
Bex,
good?
man. I'm glad things are working out for you.
Peace, Bex. See that ring and that fingerprint, man?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to it's just when you think about micro, macro. When I look at this stuff, it's amazing. The tree stump and the fingerprint, the lungs and the tree branches and the veins, human veins, the river networks. Even the river networks. If you look at, I don't know if anyone's ever heard of, what is that called when they put the electricity on the wood and it burns in like a lightning strike? So it's
It look
called,
like yep.
oh, I forgot what it's called, man.
It's like embroidery, but not.
Yeah, I spoke on it so many times and I can't think of the name. But whatever weapons they had in the past, excuse me, they were throwing heavy direct energy at the earth, and I think that's what made a lot of these river systems. It was like electric currents were going through the earth. These people had some serious weapons. I have to look it up because it's gonna drive me nuts if I can't.
Hey, that's just like
I
thunder or
know.
crack the earth.
Yep. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up right now.
You know, just like thunder or split a tree in half.
Yeah, thunder or
Yeah.
lightning?
Thunder.
Lightning. Yeah, I've seen lightning.
Yeah,
Turn
lightning,
green,
striking lightning. Yeah.
make it
Here we
dry,
go.
and drop it. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna pull pictures up.
It terraforms the earth. Like as above, so below, because the clouds, they terraform themselves when they rolling and throwing water and all
The
of that.
Lichtenberg effect. That's what it's called. The Lichtenberg effect. Which is putting the electricity on wood and the negative and positive, and it literally you could see the electricity go through the wood and burn it.
Like a cigarette.
Now, yeah.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, like it. Okay. Yep. I know what you mean.
you know, like say that's what thunderbolts do. They hit just like say a comet. A big enough thunderbolt will clap and knock big chunks out the earth, and that little chunk it'll be filled with water, things like that, or it'll be broken apart where water will flow between the earth.
Mass atmospheric plasma ejections will do the same thing.
It make all the sense in the world, don't it? Where
It
that
sure
thunder
does.
hits, like say where it's raining, the water wanna fill up a pool. So the thunder, while it's raining, that's what it's doing. It's striking big bowls into the earth and it's filling them with water. So we can have a place to be cool. Here and there is doing it, everywhere. Be far in between.
See,
I'll give you a
water.
I'll give you a
This-
clue.
this is it. I just want to I'm gonna show you guys with the
Yeah.
picture. That's the Lichtenberg effect on wood, and this is a picture of the Earth from a so-called satellite. It's the same difference.
Same, you see?
Yeah.
Can I give you a clue?
Yeah.
Have you ever rubbed a balloon against your head and built up static electricity?
Yeah.
What do you think if another body come past the Earth, this plane that we live on? What would happen? Think it'd be something like maybe building static up in a balloon and a discharge?
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah.
There's a static electricity in the sky too. You're right. That's how lightning and that's how thunder starts. From the friction of the two heavier and lighter. I don't know if I want to say gases or air. There's
Dielectric plasma ejection.
there you go. Yeah.
See, hey, and then look, that's like say where a lot of the thunder and all of that, the rain, the sun and the moon is blocked out on the regular by this process, right? It always bring that scenery like D and G, dark and gloomy. Like it brings us that scenery of in between the gray. You know, it'd be dark and raining. But like say that's the that part where it does that here. This is where we police. You know, we police the evil. Like, cause if the world just go all out of whack and stupid, you know, where people live like they don't have no sense at all. Like say nonsense would literally be common sense. Kind of like now, but it's a whole bar with it. You know, people watch they step. I think people play stupid, you know, because the world ain't stupid as it claim to be, man. You know, so it's just like where the raining and all of that happens, the good, the bad. If we don't police it, like say if we don't got the kind that's like us, you know, things could just go all bad, and hell will say it'll boil over if you know what I'm saying. You know.
Axis, I wanted to ask you about this because I was thinking one day, and anyone too on the in the chat or on the panel, I was looking at this, and you could see the left one is a little yellowish compared to the right, and it kind of reminded me of the sun and moon, and in between would be the aurora borealis, because you know I personally think it's an electric universe with gases and all that stuff.
Well, the aurora borealis is an luminescence of plasmic energy.
Mhm.
It's the illumination of plasmic energy.
You think it comes from the sun and moon, or in the center, a mountain there,
I
that
don't know.
electromagnetic mountain?
I don't know. I've only seen the aurora borealis. I don't know. I haven't been to its source of origin physically
Me neither.
or visually, so I can't say.
It appears to be more of something that it's a certain level in the sky, doesn't it? Rather than, you know, it's not really up too high, but it seems to be closer to the Earth as it sort of
Who's to say it isn't
displays.
radiating out of
You
the
can
earth?
that if you ask me that Ouroboros, that green, talking about that green color, Charles.
That's the aurora borealis. The ouroboros is the snake that eats its tail,
Yeah,
which
snake
is the same
green,
thing. I think the
same thing.
ouroboros
Exactly.
is the toroidal field. That's what it means. The
This is that.
ouroboros.
Look, this is exactly what I'm about to tell you. Is, you know, say the green algae that you will find on the trees, bark,
Yeah.
the grass, like the green aurora,
Chlorophyll.
it's wrapping around the whole world. It's the green team.
Well,
It
yeah,
ain't
like
just,
the heart of the earth. The heart chakra is green. The
yeah,
aurora
and
borealis is
that
green. It's coming
green,
from the heart.
that green is coming from, say, that North Pole. That's where
Yeah,
it's emanating from.
this
You
pole
know,
right here. Boom. Where you see the pond looking thing.
yeah, that it grow up off the ground and it grow up on all the trees, that green stuff, and that's, say, symbolically the green North Pole. You know, like say a gas type of Lazarus pit, but all of the green on the planet represented by that North Pole energy.
Do you think possibly it's part of the plants, the whole plant kingdom's aura too?
Yeah.
Like
Right?
chlorophyll.
Hey, us too. Like, you know, the green. It's like that color green. You got the bright red. Remember we just mentioned, say that red band-aid, the red cross.
Yeah.
You know, like
When you're having your period, or not, when a woman has a time in a month, the TOM, she has the rag.
yeah, I'm just blood. Period. Blood is red. You know, man. We ain't gotta
That
go
is
with all
right,
that.
definitely. Yeah.
Blood is red, bro. Then you know where they talk about a demon, you got it. It's green. Say black. Them three colors that's dealing with, say, some of these fluids they say going around. You know, the black goop,
Yep.
your red blood.
Red blood is the good blood. Black blood's the used blood, right? Circulation.
I wonder how
Yeah.
fast the sun travels. I always think about that. Over our heads.
Well, you'd have to measure it from the time it starts. It's
You don't move that fast. It do though.
probably about 1,000 miles an hour, I'd say.
Shit, I get it, motherfucker. It move, say an inch. It move an inch every 60 minutes. Shit.
Damn.
Can't go nowhere.
Who's ever read the Book of Lilith? I'm in the process of reading it. And the Book of Satan.
Describing it, my mind's eye. Yeah.
Oh my God, you read the Book of Satan?
If you put down a stick in the ground and just follow it round, you probably have to measure it like that. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I think no. Dom sent me. Let me see what book it is.
Yeah, Lilith was the one that.
Yeah, well, when God gave her that ultimatum, people hate Lilith, right? Because she chose for that God to kill her firstborns or her borns, her children. But she was miserable with Adam. So out of all the ultimatums, God chose to kill children once again in that book. So why are people mad at Lilith when she had to choose a lose-lose situation? She'd be miserable each which way she choose. So
yeah, life is death.
Yeah, it's God. God people should be mad at. He could have chose to be in prison or go with Adam. Instead, he chose to kill children. So, and they call them demonic children, which is just spirits, demons. Thanks to Dom pointing that out and really breaking that down. Demons or demons, or they're just spirits. That's all that means. Same thing with angels. They're spirits.
For sure, and ain't that what they put on us?
Yeah, what was I gonna look up?
Call you a little monster.
I was gonna look something up.
I just wanted to pop up and say hi to you guys. I can't stay for long, but I'll be listening till I have to go. I have an online appointment tonight. But I just wanted to pop in and say hi and tell you guys that I love you and that I miss you and that I will be back. You know, not to hijack the show momentarily for some emotions and connections, but that's what I'm doing.
I'm glad things are working out for you.
Yeah, it's been really good. I appreciate that because, like, you know, I went from truther rehab to YouTube rehab to, you know, like I know I've gone too far on the anti-brainwashing campaign. I had some good conversations here yesterday. You know, I went and watched some good expose done by Aaron M. Sound where he was showing me some, you know, he showed us went really thoroughly through an article about a place where they had found, you know, 6 injured children and, you know, just to bring myself back to center. But ultimately, you know, the beauty of having this kind of overconsumption of something like this is that it's not been toxic, right? Like it's what you choose to do with it that makes it either toxic or good. So versus, you know, some other addiction, right? That can actually like hurt you. So I'm really grateful because like, it doesn't mean I'm leaving YouTube. You know what I mean? It just means that I'm finding more and more balance in my life with how I consume things online and how I live my real life. So what I'm trying to say is I'll still be here, you know, and I'll come and visit and we'll do builds and stuff. But I have taken a full-time job, starts in 2 weeks. And I just see all of these things as giving me an opportunity. You know, I've got a year's worth of StreamYard. I'm not shutting my channel down. I'm just going to I just need to like
ease
just
on
be
up, huh?
just be an observer again. You know, just be an observer, a chatter, sometimes on panel, but keep all of that stuff separate, you know?
No, that's
Yeah,
great.
I miss that. So I look forward to it. So thanks for letting me up. I didn't mean to make a public service announcement, Charles. And I really
fine,
value
my
the
brother.
conversation you guys are having and the research you bring, Charles. So I'm going to let you guys keep at it. I'll be in the chat listening intently, probably for about 35 more minutes. I got a meeting at 7:30, and I'll next time you fire up a live, if you're on live this weekend, I'll be there.
All the
All right,
best for
Bex.
your meeting, Bex.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Much love to you guys, and I'll see you soon. Bye for now. Thanks for having me up, and love to the chat too.
Take
Much
care.
love to you, Bex. Good to see you too.
Good stuff. Get a job. Yeah.
Okay, so the battle of the
Job.
Loch Ness
Get that job.
Monsters.
I know it shouldn't be that important, but
Yeah, I wanted access to talk more
what you
about
need.
these different sections of these. I pulled this up right here, or the different. I just learned that an architect is one of the levels or the degrees in masonry. I didn't know that. I always wanted to be an architect, but pulled this up and this. I can't see that, which sucks. Like, people talk so much junk about the Masons, but they have yet to learn that there's so much knowledge in the symbols. And like I said, I learned something from everything.
Exactly.
I'm not out to try not to down anything. I try my best.
Same here,
Except
bro.
for the corruption and other stuff.
I
I ain't gonna
found
get into that.
that the best way to learn is whenever you're quiet. And when you're quiet, you'll learn.
That's why we got 2 ears and 1 mouth.
I say you got one of them.
Well,
You got
Yeah.
one in. It just seemed
we
like
do got 2 mouths, because in our mind there's a voice too. But
right. Like where like you could speak on a moor, right? And I look at the freshest moor today, like you see Lady Liberty standing on that water. That's a moor.
yeah, if you want to talk about anything, Axis, you're welcome to. I don't know what to talk about anymore.
I'm gonna talk about that Loch Ness monster that's in that sea.
I don't know. No, it could be. I seen a
Yeah.
fish they caught in the ocean, man. That thing was so huge. I never seen nothing like it. I said, man, there's some big stuff under
Yeah,
that
you couldn't
ocean.
imagine what's in it's more water on it's more water land than land that we own. It's more water. Makes sense to be, like where they talk about Loch Ness monsters and krakens and all of that, you know. Say the exterminators, the exterm minotaurs.
Yeah, I got to put you on a one of my interludes, Mind's Eye.
Respect, bro. You
Or I
remember the
might
minotaur?
the what?
The minotaur? The man on a horse?
4 Horsemen?
Cowboys and aliens?
No.
You know, like say the minotaur is say I ain't even speaking on the one they talk about in mythology, but it's basically
Minotaur. Isn't that the guy who holds the red thing in front of a bull?
That's a matador.
Oh, okay.
The minotaur is half man, half horse.
Oh.
That's a centaur.
or the
A
centaur. Yeah,
minotaur is half wolf, half human.
yeah. But I'm saying on the simple, without all, it's simply a man on the back of a horse or
Huh.
any other animal that
The
can
headless
ride.
horseman.
Yeah, you know how on the film Avatar they got on them dragon like animals and they literally hook braids to braids.
Yeah, I love that movie. All of them.
Yeah,
I think
you
that's
are.
how this realm used to be. Yep.
That's how it still is, bro. People just can't
Nah,
see the connection.
the frequency is much weaker than it used to be. I think the frequency played a big part in people growing taller, and the food they ate. And if there were tightened trees, you know how much good those fruits would be for the body. Um, and my theory on them tightened trees is, I've talked to Dean about this, that I think when they were cut down, that's what caused the flood. I mean, look at how big the roots are to them titan trees, and things are enormous, and
Yep.
how much water they were pulling in. So,
Yep.
you know,
It's I mean, a tree today, a 25-year-old Pinus radiata drinks 100 liters a day.
whew,
Just one tree.
man,
And if you can look at the size of some of these mountain tops that was tree stumps, how much water they could still be artesianing. They look like they do. I mean, why does every mountain range run water? You know,
Yeah.
even when it's not raining, it'll keep running water. You know, might get a bit
Boy,
lower
hey,
down.
oh,
hey, one love, then you so right. You
that's
know how
what I
much
was
a
about.
tree is consumed? You know how much like that tree like from the time it's born, like it pop out that shell, man, them trees be on a mission. They
Yeah,
consume, look, just think about how big
we
those trees were,
what
like some big
a
battery cells.
small dam that we've got, a reservoir we've got that consume that in a day, right?
Mhm. You know how they make that dusty? It's a dusty bomb, old school. It's like a vase. It looked like a little vase. They call it a Arab bomb or something. I don't even like to use that word online. You know that B word, but it's like a vase. It looked like a vase.
Okay,
Um,
yep,
so
yep,
say the average casket. We make them from the tree, right? Say the giant trees that were, I wouldn't deny, you know, they once were. There's like big batteries from the sky to the ground, and they connected the earth to the heavens.
yes, and they brought all the water up that they needed to it, respire. Yeah,
Mm. Yeah, look, big cells. So like you know how they showed when Neo woke up in the Matrix and he looked and he seen all of those other pillars he was on one himself and he looked around and they was going up from everywhere, just like a tree. But that's what the tree represents because we all live in the tree right now. You know what I mean?
I've got a mute mic. It's raining here. The sound is pretty loud.
Hey,
Listen to this.
man.
Hold on. Let me just say this real quick. It says on Saturday night, I would see men lusting after half-naked girls dancing at the carnival. And on Sunday morning, when I was playing the organ for tent show evangelist at the other end of the carnival lot, I would see these same men sitting in pews with their wives and children asking God to forgive them and purge them of carnal desires. And the next Saturday night, they'd be back at the carnival or some other place of indulgence. I knew then that the Christian church thrives on hypocrisy and that man's carnal nature will out. Now, churches always condemn sex, but isn't that natural? Isn't that when a man and woman come together, that's the sacred. It's sacred. It creates life, a gift from the creator or creators or whoever made this realm.
They condemn unsanctioned relations. They condone marital relations and procreation through the church.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one thing to create and bring life into this world, but if you know not yourself, if you just say running around planting seeds and not raising them, then that's a hazard to everybody's health. It's like an overpopulation of locusts. It's like an overpopulation of shit that's just gonna eat up the damn planet.
Yeah.
No holds barred. They're gonna be running around like what you call them, demons, like dogs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's best you raise yourself.
So there's no.
That's why it's evil to just plant the seed. That's what everybody talking about right now. Where they mom and daddy at? I'm an orphan. You know what I'm saying?
I read that from the Satanic Bible. Anton Xander LaVey.
They say that's
Anton Xander LaVey.
Now, I'm not scared to read that book, and I'm pretty sure it's just like the Bible.
It's harmless.
Not the same as the Bible, but I look at Satanism and Christians as like two gangs, because if you look at their symbols, they're mocking each other. Satanism uses the Baphomet with the goat head. To me, it looks like they're mocking freaking and then they put the 5-pointed star upright, and then they use don't some Satanists use the one with the guy with his hands out and he moves his legs. They're either straight.
We use many different symbols of anti-Christianity sentiment.
Yeah, it's like I looked at it as like two gangs, because even gangs do that. They'll mock the other. They'll use but yeah. They're two like factions.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's God and the devil.
Philosophers.
God'll be the Crip and the devil's the blood. You know that.
Yeah. Yep. Red and blue.
Like just bending up your fingers is everything about every motion your fingers and hands can make is. Don't
forget the Northerners. They wear the red, and the Southerners use the blue. So,
yep.
Then you got
like you said, micro, macro. It's so many different levels too. Yes.
Republican, Democrat, Crips, Bloods, Northerners, Southerners.
Look, you know how they say you have the right to remain on shut up. Anything you say can and will be. You make one fucking move. I'm talking you inch your pinky finger. That's symbolism. You throwing gang signs, Charles.
Yeah, they say they created the gang culture, right? Gangsters, but no, they didn't. The Masons created throwing up hand signs way before any gang was like.
I say it is what it is. Why? The motherfuckers just start policing it. It got to a time where it started being policed and regulated. Where you couldn't bend your leg and move. You had to sit there. Like, you know how the Tin Man was in the fucking Wizard of Oz? Be still. Your ass had to sit there like fucking propaganda. They still prop people up. Be motherfuckers on sidewalks, holding signs, talking about going there. Man, motherfuckers is toys out here. If you don't know yourself, you are being used. And that's what, you know, that's what we all are. You are useful. But like you can be a fool. Like, you know, you's a fool if you don't know. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's real, man. The propaganda and, you know, say weird shit in the world. Where Wise go? He dropped the Loch Ness though. Dean, where you at, Dean? Oh, that's a specific title, huh?
So you could go and do something.
The Loch Ness Monster.
It's been raining here, and we got pans out, dog bowl, start collecting water.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that a say? What you think about that, Wise? Where they call it, you know, they call this a specific monster, a Loch Ness monster. What you think about that? Why is it Loch Ness? What that mean?
Oh, Ness sounds. I know that's almost. It's like
a
the
nest, like a
Nordic,
NEST?
like the Nordic representation of a dragon, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, man, I
Yeah.
heard you. I'm trying to find this picture, but it keeps trying to boot me out. Hold on.
All right. Yeah, look, like say if you was trying to bust in a safe, right? We done seen all them crazy movies where they try to bust in a safe, right? Look, literally, it's hypocritical, a safe, right? When you think about a safe, ain't nothing safe about a safe, is it?
No, it's pretty much a target.
That motherfucker is dangerous. That's one of the most dangerous things on the planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Talk about a conundrum. Like everybody, like them safes ain't safe. What you thought that was? Like you really thought it was a safe? I was like, well, hold on. That is dangerous. That is very, you know,
Yep,
I'ma
that's
be in
more
danger
dangerous than
if
TNT. Yep.
yeah. Look, if I forget the code, if somehow if I lose my key, like I'ma be in danger fucking with this safe. So it's really like say a safe is a bell. You know where it
Yep.
ring is a frequency, and where you know the code is like a frequency. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
it's meant to be, say, broken into by a certain somebody. It ain't really a safe like people think it is. It's like it's a capsule, like a time capsule. You
Yep.
know, so if you really got a safe that's worth anything where we know about the level of safety, then this is for your family where you gonna leave them this safe. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep. Fully.
But this safe, it ain't no fucking joke. Feel me? When people get up to it and those that can access it, if what's in the safe, that what's supposed to be inside of a safe is in there, then that person gonna be walking into a party house. Huh? That safe
Yeah.
don't look like the inside the White House.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. That safe
Yep.
don't look like a fucking bunker or a nice
All right,
somewhere.
I give up. I fucking I was looking for that picture I had with Tupac and Snoop, and when they were throwing up signs with their hands, I said, man, those fucking hand symbols look really familiar to me. So I said,
Yeah.
okay, let me go look these Mason symbols up. And sure as shit, Snoop and they were throwing up two different symbols that are Masonic, and I lined the pictures up. You
I
know?
remember you told that.
There's a different coloured bunker altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the world, like say, the thing with the safe is it's very dangerous. It ain't, you know,
Huh.
it's meant to be broke into. It's meant to be utilized like a literal time capsule. It's something to be watched. You know, like
Hey,
when you ring
Axis.
a bell.
Yeah.
Sorry,
You know,
Mind's
the
You want? I'm gonna
function.
show you when Mind's Eye's done this video of a robot in the NFL.
Go ahead, you can play it. You can play it, bro.
Yeah. Because I know for a fact nobody knows anybody that cries like this.
Our director, Lance Barrow, producer, happened to catch this just as the anthem ended with Moreno on the Denver sideline. First and 10, Kansas City from the Chiefs' 14-yard line. Well, it's a big game, emotional. Big game by Moreno last week.
See that again.
Our director, Lance Barrow, producer, happened to catch this just as the anthem ended with Moreno on the Denver sideline. First and 10, Kansas City from the Chiefs' 14.
Damn,
It's a
bro.
flood of tears.
That motherfucker's discharging oil out his eyes.
Hey,
Talk
man.
about he needs some windshield wipers. You know how the car squirts up to the windshield wipers?
Bro. It just, you know, look, because it's
crazy, man.
I'm glad you showed that because it's right up, you know, where we talking about this safe. I don't know how I can tie that in, but yeah, you know.
Yeah, you think it's safe when you're playing football, but you're going
Getting
against
hit.
some
You're getting
androids.
tackled, ain't you? Get your damn ribs broke playing that game. But look, he on the sidelines. If he's emotional, damn. Look, talk about Lot.
Robots got feelings. They're self-learning now.
Look, have
Allegedly.
you look, Charles. You look at the lock, right?
The box?
Say it's a gate lock, and you're looking at a master lock, holding a chain around a gate, keeping it closed.
I'll jump over it.
Look, I'm talking about the safe.
Oh. Yeah, you gotta get to the safe here.
I smoked a little herb, man. I'm toasted. So.
No, you good because you got into it. You got over the safe. You know what I mean? It's like say it just shrunk to a little padlock. Look, this is what I'm saying. Look, Loch Ness. Look at the lock. Now, where I just looked at that dude, and I'm literally looking at a Loch Ness monster.
Yeah.
That's what we looking at.
Yeah, it's true. I want to know if he's a robot, though. Like, what's up with that? I've never seen no human piss out of their eyes.
That's what I'm saying. If you could probably see under that man's flesh, you might see android. Because that was white tear. That wasn't water. That was
like a
water
garden
without
hose.
emotion. Look, without emotion, but look, the Loch Ness monster, look, I'm trying to tell you where they said one of them is called Jason Voorhees.
Who is that?
Huh?
Who's Jason Voorhees?
Friday the 13th, bro.
Oh, I didn't know.
Loch Ness monster. I ain't talking about Timmy up the street. I'm talking about like how they gotta tell you, but this shit does happen in this world. Where a motherfucker can be burnt or tortured or killed to death. Now, this is what they show you happening to people in these films. You hear me?
That's crazy. Some of them look real, too. I think they might be. Who knows?
Shit,
yeah.
Jason was a little boy that died just because he couldn't swim.
Damn.
He didn't even go through nothing where he was hurt.
Dude, when you said the Loch Ness, I thought of Jason and Freddy when they were in the water fighting. They went underwater.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You don't look. What
Jason.
do you say? If you don't know how to swim, you bound to drown. Right.
Peace, Dominic. Yeah.
So like, look, this is what I'm saying. Like where we just looked at the Loch Ness monster, say all that water that was coming out his eyes was like the pool that Jason drowned in. Right. Imagine
Those
all
were
that water. I see
trying
too
to think
damn.
of the word. Those are the
I see too damn.
anyway. No, I was gonna make a joke, but anyway, it would have been corny. Those were the trying to think of the word put in front of waters. The celestial waters that came out of his eyes.
That's what we are witnessing.
I got to see that
Everything,
again.
bro. Everything is the celestial spirit. Shit.
Look at this video, Axis. Guy made a solar death ray, he calls it, out of an old screen from a projector TV, and I got one. I'm gonna do this in the summer. Direct energy weapon. Educational purposes only. Don't try this at home unless you have supervision.
Don't play this at home, alright?
Yeah, don't do that at home unless you have supervision. You know, that's a
parabolic
solar death ray, bro. It reminds me of the pictures I showed with the back in the days when they used mirrors and they used lenses, and they would point them at ships and set them on fire and all types of stuff. So the ancestors were very intelligent. They weren't stupid cave people banging fucking rocks together and climbing trees for walnuts.
Exactly.
Or going through the Middle Ages either.
Hey.
We're fucking gods.
Oh my goodness. You know, remember we talked about that. Say the lowest form of man where he lived in what was a cave? It was a castle. I know fucking cave. The monsters literally lived in the fucking cave.
I have old maps of Africa that have thousands of castles, and where do they all go?
Yeah, we've been building all kind of shit like that. You know, say inside the bush, but the monster who's still in that motherfucking cave, right, is still in it. You know what I mean? In the earth, like where they talked about that shit.
Like mirrors.
Yeah. That monster is still in hell. If you know what I'm saying. Wasn't no regular person like me and you. Fuck nah.
I seen some interesting footage when I was watching Roger Spear one time.
Who's Roger Spear?
Roger Spear, he does at Mud Fossil University.
Okay.
Mud Fossil University.
And I was watching this thing, and he had it looked like something had moved out of the ice. And this was it was in frozen land, and he was viewing something that it was moving in the ice. I can't recall which segment it was in. I'd have to go a long way back to try and find it. But you know, if you're talking dragons locked away, or even monsters of any sort of what we would deem a monster, were locked away, you know. Antarctica would be a great place to hide something like that. Put it on ice, you know.
Ooh, what does ice do? It preserves things, right? You can grab you a vessel and put some water
What
in it, put
about
whatever in the
what
ice?
about blue
Or
ice from Antarctica?
Yeah, well, I sort of envisaged, you know, I mean, cold-blooded animals such as what reptiles are meant to be. You know, they can slow their heart down, their blood rate and all that. So, could
Ice
they be put
preserve.
on ice? Could they be put on ice and, you know, freed
That's
at
what I was
a
thinking,
later
Dean.
date?
Why don't they freeze us? You know, we could be
Well, they
preserved in
might be.
ice.
They
Instead,
might
they
have
bury
already
us.
done that.
It's called
Right.
cryogenics. They've been doing it since
Right.
the late 60s.
Sure.
Yeah.
What was that, Axis? The beginning,
It's
I couldn't
called
hear the first part.
cryogenic preserve. It's been done
Yeah.
since the late 60s. Disney himself is actually cryogenically frozen.
Huh. That's interesting. Remember in Simpsons when they had all these jars in Burns' factory, I think it was, and a bit something like that. Had President Bush, Reagan, had all these heads and jars of important people.
Futurama.
Yeah. Oh, it was Futurama.
Yeah, they do
And
that.
The Simpsons. Yeah, The Simpsons had it too. Makes
More
me
of
lock-
think,
that.
you know.
When you say locked Ness, well, there's Ness was locked away, I believe. Yeah, could be. She could be locked away in a Nordic
What-
pond up in the.
That's the real resurrection. When they take your bones out of the grave and they take the DNA out and they recreate you. You've been resurrected. That's going to be the real resurrection. You know.
Who's to
Mhm.
say that the lake where Loch Ness monster's meant to exist doesn't have a soak hole that goes way down? You know. Underneath.
I don't know. I think the Loch Ness monster, the guy, like if you look at the original picture, it kind of does look like a wooden thing in the water. It could be, but I'm not denying that there is huge fish and all types of, who knows what's under these deep waters. There could be some monsters, like
Well, look.
80-foot fucking basses or something.
I'm telling you.
Studies
On
There's
vary
a,
on the strength.
on our level, we looking at a lot of the monsters. It's just like,
There's a
say,
particular picture. I'll see if I can get it off Pine Interest. It's where a whale comes up through a soak hole, and the soak hole is quite a distance from the ocean, but that salt water and that whale came up into there, surfaced, got a breath, and then went back down.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people right now are froze.
Man,
You know,
I don't know if I want to.
They're
Be gutted.
froze.
They're going
Hell
to take my
nah.
dead body to the chop shop. That's what we're going to call these places now. They're not coroners, or what do you call the people that dress the body? That's the chop
Yeah,
shop,
correct.
man. Gut you,
Morrissey.
take all your blood out. Yeah.
The coroner.
Yeah.
Who knows what they're doing with our blood?
Yeah, well,
I don't think
tell 'em.
they might. I'm not going to say they drink it, but I think that it's done scientific stuff with the blood. Who knows? But
Well, there's
know.
plasma and blood. You know, that's why they
that's
say
true.
they take blood.
Huh.
Get the plasma.
Because if you take somebody's, this is what the stories I've heard. I don't know how true this is, but people have had operations where they take someone's kidney or something and they put it in their body. Not only do they have their dreams, but they have cravings of food that they ate. It's crazy. Now, that's pretty deep. You know, that says a lot about our body. And it shows how unique we are, too. That's why no one has the same fingerprint. I don't think anyone has the same iris or the same voice. You can mock a voice, but it's not exact. So our voices are like frequencies.
Yeah, everything's the same difference.
Yeah, there's
Like,
a
we
there's
That's
a
an
all
bodily print.
oxymoron.
There's a bodily print for voice and the way we
Everything's the
act
same
and
difference.
move.
What all do you know about frequency, Charles?
Yep.
What was
That's
that,
totally.
Axis?
Yeah, I couldn't hear Axis. I was like, huh?
Yeah, he was
I was just
bubbling up.
asking what all you know about frequency. Am I? No, my mic not
I'm not
working.
a master about it. Yeah, it's working.
Okay.
I'm in the process of very interested in frequency, somatics, torus fields, and just electricity, energy. Period. Right now, pretty interested in, because that, to me, that's the holy grail of life, is energy. If when you die, they jumpstart you again with electricity. So that shows you that energy is keen to everything. And they could turn the switch off on the energy, we would flop to the ground like jellyfish. Die. But yeah, frequencies and all that, I'm very interested in everything that's still energy and light.
You know how? So you know how people are froze right now in this lifetime,
Yeah.
where they, like, say, a lot of people are frozen where they don't comprehend things. This is a form of preservation to the brain.
When they got frostbite.
Yep.
Or what is
It's
it
on the
called? There's another
IQ
word
level.
for it.
Hypothermia.
It's on,
Hypothermia, yes.
yeah, but it's on a spirit. It's on a comprehension.
Yeah. Yes, I
That's
know what you're
kind of
saying.
like you're on the line of death and life. Just like the lady who was jogging 200 and something miles. She said she just kept going, and she seen animals speaking to her. I mean, you're like you're hanging on by a thread at that point.
She did basically what Forrest Gump did.
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine that he grew a whole beard. He ran long as a motherfucker. You know, he was just like a car. You know how you be sitting, like when we was about, say, 7 years old, you was sitting in the back seat looking at the trees go by. This dude was running that. He was just in that zone, like a spaceship going through the black space and stars. This is what they tell me.
Well, she didn't run the whole 200 at once. I got to say that, because people are going to be like, that's bullshit, 200 and something miles.
Yeah.
She did it in a record time. She beat the second place person by 3 hours.
But just to take that amount of time to grow a whole beard, they went right down to his bloody waist.
Hey, his beard was like your picture. His beard's like yours, thing.
No, it was longer than that.
Mine's way longer. Yeah, mine's had a trim up. I've had bloody cutbacks.
He grew a Santa. He basically grew a Santa. Like you said, Charles. Silver. He went through the silver line.
Oh, the silver cord I was reading about.
Yeah, you just mentioned it.
Yeah, that connects
where you were talking about the girl though
to the vehicle.
Now look, where they took off running, you can't, like, say, if you did, if the IQ ain't up, then you gonna wreck quick as you take off, right?
Yep.
You need that
Opposed
velocity.
to being fluid, and then you got frozen, where people stutter step or they don't even know, we even call each other frozen goods. If somebody freeze and locked up, you get locked up.
Hey, Axis.
Yeah.
All right.
I got
You're
you.
done, my side. I just want to ask him a question about frequency.
Yeah, this is where they telling you about the werewolf. Just you take you one of them runs like Forrest, and you gonna see the werewolf they be talking about that come out in the moonlight. Everybody think this shit is a joke, and people, you know what I mean? You ain't never been on a run or really went jogging or know what this shit is, man. You better look again.
Yeah. No, I've been jogging. I know what it's like to run.
Look, and
I can
you
run.
know how they like
I
it.
ran 5 miles, no worries in my day. No
People
problem at
climb
all.
trees.
Man,
In the Philippines
I
and Japan, they got 85-year-olds climbing trees for fruit like it's nothing. They don't eat.
I still
They
climb
don't
trees
eat
for fruit.
the crap we eat over here in this test tube.
Yeah, we talking about the Silver Surfer.
Silver
Motherfucker go
lining.
running past your ass like a shooting bullet. You ain't never seen that in your life. Go watch Forrest Gump.
I want to know more about HARP tapping into the frequency. They're tapping into. I read an thing about it on
Okay.
HARP, and they're tapping into the Aurora Borealis. They have one in Alaska. Now, that's like the Taurus field. They're tapping into, I don't know if Mount Meru or Rupes Nigra or whatever people want to call that mountain, or if it exists at this so-called north spot.
It does.
Which it probably has to, because there's the Taurus field like an apple. Now they could be hacking into the Earth's aura, Earth's aura, the energy field. What if they're trying to shut it down?
They're manipulating it. They're manipulating it through magnetic frequency, electrostatic frequency, and high density microwaves.
Of course.
That's what in that movie, Dark. Or
What
it's
you
not Dark Mountain. What is it called? It's about a tower at the North Pole of the realm, and it creates just like our realm. It creates a Taurus field which protects them, and outside of it, Dark Tower. That's the name of the movie. And they were trying to hack into it, and it reminds me of HARP and what they're doing in real life. So it's mind blowing. Dark Tower, watch it. They're trying to hack into the.
That's a good one.
Rupes Nigra, yeah. So they can get out, let all the demons in. But they had to add that in, But
that tower exists everywhere on a micro, and it's the form of all of the beings. It's all of us. Like say where they talk about the center.
Our spine is the tower.
Yeah, your whole body. Shit, it'd be a damn hippo. All of it represents, say, that mountain at the center of the earth. We are smaller. Say, break off birds. It's like a flock of birds. You will see them come from the stem that's a tree. They be locked in their nest in there. So we running around Rupes Nigra. It is real. You Rupes Nigra yourself. Just look at your black shadow.
You're the center of your own universe.
Yep. Look, your black shadow when it lay on the ground, that's the mountain that you looking for. That they say stemming up out of the earth at the center of it. Were you looking at your shadow? Say it's 10 o'clock in the morning and your shadow's laying up the street as you walk up the street. That's that black mountain. And it go around you. You know how your shadow. You know how the sun moves, like you a walking sundial, or whatnot. And look where they give us the white ghosts, like say the white ghost running around in the black environment, the dark environment. That's opposite of Rupes Nigra. It's a white killer.
Yeah, we're on the checkerboard floor.
Yep. Rufus Niger, it's so real because like you can get to it, you know, like say if you had you a peach tree in your front yard, then boom, you cool. You ain't gotta go to that one. You know, say
We could. Somebody
the
said we
people
could
that
be
make
in
it to
God's
that.
head. Think about that. If Rufus Nigra, if Polaris is God's throne, and in our mind, the third eye is God's throne, and you could align the brain to the whole Masonic symbolism. What if we are in this big creator's dream, right? This is the, you know, that's a theory. I'm not saying it's true, but
Shit. More like, you know, like a battery. You grounded.
we're all versions of this creator, creators. Who knows? But
You are a scale right now, and you are balancing the sky. You know how, like, say the sky got light in it. Light is the
yeah,
opposite of heavy or weight.
can you capture light and ice? That's what I wanted to say before when you're talking about ice.
You know, yeah, bro. You know how you could take a your finger and you can pinch the sun like you holding the sun in between your two fingers. You could do the same
Yeah,
thing with the moon, or you could take pictures like you pointing at the moon, or
yeah,
like you holding them and stuff. Like you are weighing literally the sky, like because you are a scale. It's no different when you holding a football and a basketball left and right hand. Like you weighing the sun and the moon. This is, you know, this is the giant that you are.
yeah. You are the scales.
Yeah.
You know, people
What do you
looking
know
at the
about
stars.
What was that,
what do you know
Axis?
about? I was asking him what he knows about quantum mechanics, quantum theory,
Oh,
and
yeah,
superpositioning, particle science.
down to the nano, that type of nature. Yeah, I
Beyond
know.
that,
Right. Quantum. Yeah,
yeah,
I
Down
know
to
a
the
little bit
glue that
about
holds
yeah.
it all together.
it.
So
Yeah,
you're educated on it.
down to the cell, to the inner
So
cell.
you under
Go ahead.
you understand the uninfluenced particle as opposed to the influenced particle, the wave function as opposed to observational function.
Nah, I can't say I can run it
Okay,
down like
I was just
you
wondering.
talking about it, but you can speak on it.
No, it's all right.
Yeah, you know, like that parabolic mirror.
I'll tell you what, I'll be looking into it. I'll be listening to this again, looking into everything you just said,
Right.
which is even
That's what,
better.
you know.
You know, it's
I
always
don't.
good for you to look the information up. I mean, it's good to listen to people, but if you do it yourself, then
Yeah.
I try not to
I,
involve myself in speculative matters anymore. If it's not something that can be duplicated with a simple test, or it's self-relevant or evident, then it's speculation. And speculation is being like a spectator at a sport. I'm in the game. I'm not watching it.
nice.
Yeah, that's good.
That was
yeah. To be in the game, you gotta watch it. So either way it go, you doing both.
I was just putting that in one of my rhymes today. I swear to God, I said, I'm uh, I'm always in the field. You'll never see me on the bench.
Shit. I'll
Oh,
be
that's
there.
crazy.
Look, I'll be that motherfucker on the field, and I am every one of y'all on the bench and in the audience.
So this whole frequency in Taurus field, I personally think we created that shit somehow. You know, the past ancestors created this realm, the cosmic egg.
You're talking the demiurge and Sophia and the cosmic egg and the bursting of relevant matter. Isn't that the story?
I remember an Asian story that I think he was birthed from the egg, and then he was all by himself, this all power creator.
The demiurge.
He created us he created us to not be as smart as the creator, but to have like company more or less, and to learn and I forgot the whole story, but that sounds more plausible to me than Adam and Eve starting from a garden, creating
just look up Sophia, the demiurge.
Isn't Sophia in the book of Judas?
No. These are Enuma Elish writings. You have the demiurge.
Hold on,
you
let me
have
write
Sophia.
that down. I know who the demiurge is. Let me write this down. You want me to do it
Sophia
now?
was the one that created the demiurge. Yoel the boss.
Yeah.
And the demiurge thought he was the creator, and
So that is the demiurge.
that's the story of the cosmic egg and the development behind it.
The
You ever studied the Veda text?
No. To be honest.
No? What about the Sumerian king list? Have you ever studied the Sumerian kings list? No?
I'm gonna look into that. The Sumerian kings list.
Yeah, Enki and Enlil.
Okay, the Anunnaki.
Yeah, that's the Sumerian kings list. Prior to that, there was the Veda text and the Rig Vedas, the Mahabharata,
Mesopotamia.
the Enuma Elish, the Book of Babylon.
What do you think about that story? I read some of the beginning of the Anunnaki and how they crashed here and we were created for slaves. That could be pretty plausible, but I don't think outer space. I have a problem believing that people are coming from these other planets, maybe other lands that we don't know about because we're kept in a certain area, but I could see them coming from other lands. But who knows? There's so many different stories of the beginning that I know my beginning, so but Peace Mind's Eye, thanks for coming up. That's one beginning I could prove. My two creators, my mother and my father, God and Goddess. I didn't know what the Bible was till, I don't know, man. My mother pointed up to the stars and said, "You have a star." Basically, you are God. No, my mother was raised Catholic, and she, because of the experiences through the church, she didn't put me. She made me. She let me make my own decision. You know, we went to Jehovah's Witness meetings, a couple times, didn't work. Churches didn't work. I hated going to church.
Disdain for organized religion, huh?
Yeah.
I feel you.
I didn't disrespect my grandfather, though, even though I had my viewpoints and perspective, because I respect my grandpa. But he was like Catholic and hardcore. You didn't talk about. I learned a lot about the government from him, but and he served in the Navy and his 6 brothers, and patriotic.
In other words, he was
But,
well behaved.
Yeah, as far as I know, you know.
Well, obviously he, you know, committed himself to obeying the laws of the land because he wasn't a prisoner in a camp, or he wasn't jailed. He obviously had a career, so yeah, that seems pretty
Yeah,
well behaved.
he worked for Pfaffner's, which is a factory, and then he worked for Colts. He made guns. He got a good retirement off of that. He was a cop and a prison guard for short times. But I learned a lot from my gramps, and what I know now, you know, it sucks that I can't ask questions of, you know,
And what would you ask him?
A lot about my family. I want to know more about my grandma died. I never met my grandma, so I have, the more I research now, and the love I have for me being me, and not the school making me see differently about my ancestors, you know, making them seem so wicked, and the way they talked about German people and stuff, like, I don't know.
Well, you appreciate your own individuality, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I was ashamed to be German because
Why?
of the school system's picture they were painting and stuff. It was, I wouldn't tell people what I was.
Why?
German, Polish.
Why? Why? I'm half Native American, half Scandinavian. I have a swastika on my left arm.
The way they would paint the pictures of the Germans and what they did to the JWs.
That's propaganda. That's no
If it's
different
true.
than, yeah.
But we
Well,
all
I wasn't there.
victims of that propaganda at some stage in our life when we're young, aren't we?
Yeah, you weren't there. You're not responsible for what the SS or the Nazi Party done. You, as a matter of fact, you're the possibility that you're related to one of the SS is probably pretty minute, as being within the first 6 generations, 5th.
Yeah, because my family moved here. Well, I know what you mean related. Even though they moved, we still had family that was in Germany and Poland. So, and that's
So
you
either
know, that's another thing.
You think they were maybe Nazi sympathizers, or they were a part of the Nazi Party? Is that it?
I don't know. I mean, hey, I look at war and stuff like this. People, no matter what side they're on, it's the same thing as any side. You know, they're fighting to survive, and you know, not end up in the grave and try to save their living area. But,
I was just curious as to what your take on it was, for you to want to know about your Germanic history and your family heritage.
Yeah, that, you know, I think that's important to be passed down through generations, because, you know, like family crests, and all that stuff. I wanted to make my own family crest for the Waz family and the Kraus.
Right? That's symbol of lineage and pride.
Yeah, I think all our families are royalty. You know, I don't understand how one family could say we're royalty and everyone else are peasants. That's crazy. That's disrespectful.
Yeah. Everybody's guilty of it to a certain degree.
Yeah. Hey, the people that done wrong, I've done wrong shit and got second chances, you know, but You know, they need to own up to what they've done, or you know, these CEOs.
That's
You know,
not going to happen as easily as you would like.
yeah, I know. It'll
Not
probably never
everybody
happen.
has the ability to admit their ills or even apologize for such a thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the process of elevating past that, letting that shit go. Because in all reality, you know, what happened to my mom happened, and I just think in reality, what's gonna happen? Nothing, and I'm gonna stay miserable about it forever. There would be no revenge, so I'm just gonna not stress about that shit.
I'll be right back. I gotta go and have a go to the loo, have a toilet.
All right. But yeah, back to frequency, man. That stuff's. I'm gonna get a. I'm gonna look more into a resonator, but I want to get one of those plates they have or they use for
I'll
like
tell you how I
sounds.
made mine. Is I went to, well, actually, it's the Dollar Tree here where I live, and I bought a piece of. It was a big giant construction paper, and I took a box, an old home box stereo speaker, and I took colored sand that I had bought from the Dollar Tree, and I hooked it into my computer, and I downloaded a frequency resonator and applied the frequency resonator through my mixing board into the speaker with the uh, construction paper on top of it, and then I dumped a little blue sand on it, and boom,
Nice.
I had. Yeah, it's pretty simple. The double slit
That's
experiment was a little bit more complicated, but the cymatics was easy. That was pretty self-evident how to do that.
didn't. I read something where someone invented this thing with a frequency. I don't know if it was a resonator or what it was, but it allegedly when they would put it on, and people, I forgot the distance, but it would like, I don't want to say heal the body, but reset it to its
Yep.
right frequency and kill all the nasty.
Yeah.
That
There's
that would be ultimate.
there's holistic doctors that actually you can go online and download the schematics for being able to build a personal psionics resonator to balance the frequencies in the body, cure supposedly by hypothetical means, because I'm not giving out medical information, various elements through sound, vibration, and frequency.
Yeah. I've been watching videos of a guy. He sleeps on a grounded blanket. I think he said there's silver in it. He has wires that ground it. And then he puts his feet in water and grounds. I mean, this whole grounding thing.
I develop frequencies.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm very well known for that.
That's amazing. Develop so you create your own frequencies.
Well, you can manipulate frequency by dualing frequency, quadrupling frequency, or you can use subsonic frequency, which is out of the range of the hearing spectrum for a human. irritates dogs. I can do dual frequencies to create agitation in a human. I can also adjust the frequencies to create a sense of euphoria in a human. I can also drown out the 60 cycle hum inside of my own home so that I can rest peacefully with a frequency that I developed. It was a combination of frequencies which overrode the 60 cycle hum in the wiring in the walls. Right now, I'm working with the new
So that's what I
type of
hear.
technology.
My ears are always ringing, Axis. Always.
Yeah.
I always hear it ringing in both ears. It's constant. Ping.
Yeah. Right now, I'm working on how to completely nullify cellular and router frequencies.
Man. That's powerful stuff.
Oh, sorry.
You just know all that information. Because to me, I think, you know, frequencies, tones, and all that. I remember in school, they would put these headphones on you. And they would do these tones. And like you
Hearing test.
said, yeah. And I talked about this before, but a lot of people don't remember doing that. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
I did that in the late
Yeah.
80s in elementary.
Yep. Well, those tones that they were using were bass tones, really virtually harmless tones. But the nature of what I get into is a whole different ballpark.
Shattering glass. Freaking. So is frequency tones?
Frequency is a wave. It is a vibration that is unseen but contains energy behind it, because energy, frequency, and vibration, you amplify the frequency to enhance the vibration, thus the energy. And that's where you get your effect. That's how Tesla was able to shake buildings and bridges with a resonator.
Huh. It makes me think about today and these earthquakes that happen. Me personally, I'm not buying these things underground. The fault lines, they're rubbing together.
Yeah, seismic activity. No.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it is what
Maybe.
it is. Speculation, man. You know, I just know what I can do. I don't do anything but try and defend my close environment to me. Offensive behavior only comes whenever there's a threat to my defensive position.
I feel the same. I try to stay in peace until somebody interrupts my personal space. But I don't know why I said tones or frequencies. In my mind, I was picturing the sound moving through the air like the serpent.
Well, it's in waves, unless there's omnidirectional and there's unidirectional. Omnidirectional is a wave spread out, and you can use interference patterns with other sounds. But a unidirectional is a directed single wave, almost like a laser beam of sound. Once you amplify it enough to a subsonic level, you can cut rock.
What?
Yeah.
So that's how the ancestors were cutting that stone.
I never said that.
I'm saying that. Allegedly.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a theory. And they also could move stone.
I never said that.
With that. No, I know. I'm saying that. Anyway, that's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I only know what I can do with frequencies.
Yeah, you said lasers. I always wondered how they make freaking lasers. You know, I've thought like, how do they capture that light and make it so powerful and direct?
Just an amplification of photonic particles.
Photonic
It's
particles.
It's like filters. A prism. You put white light into a prism, it comes out a rainbow. Well, that's the fundamentals of a laser. Now, imagine taking that white light, putting it through a prism type filter, amplifying it to the point where it becomes so intense that it can cut stone.
Wow. Pink Floyd's album.
Dark Side of the Moon. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, with the white light going through the prism and coming out like a rainbow.
Yeah, I've got a couple little prisms around here. I play with light.
I used to, my mom had crystals in the window, and when the sun would hit it, there would be rainbows.
Yeah, it's a prism. Many-sided prism.
It was awesome to see the sunlight go through that crystal and come out all the color spectrum. Awesome.
Yeah, I used to split lasers using prisms so that I could split the photonic nature of that laser when it hit that prism, and I could get the same resonance in various places, sometimes two, depending on how many angles were in the prism that I was using. But I could get the equal amount of frequency in each position that was expelled from the prism from the source laser.
Much respect, Axis. I didn't know you knew so much. Now I understand when you said that you got a lot to lose, and that's why I'm trying to watch what I say. That's why I'm trying to stay away from certain stuff. Man.
Like I said, I don't deal in speculation.
I'm mind blown about all this frequency stuff. Definitely going to spend lots of more hours looking into stuff.
Well, whenever you
can
discover
direct
that
frequency, right? Direct frequency, like energy. Good. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I've got a unidirectional speaker that is reinforced for. I've got a 500 watt and a 1,000 watt speaker, two of them, one for different purposes, but they're unidirectional and not omnidirectional. That means that the sound coming out of them is a single point of sound and not a room-filling wave of sound.
Wow. You could definitely probably feel that because it would be so a lot of energy.
Yep.
And heat.
You can, man. A lot of thoughts are going through my head on a lot of different stuff right now that's starting to make sense in a lot of areas. My thoughts are going off like fireworks.
Like I said, sometimes the best way to learn is when you're quiet and listen.
We're like antennas. That's what I think. We're connected to the ether. The ether could be like, and all the information is in the ether. Maybe. I'm not saying that's factual. I'm just thinking.
It's called entropy. It's a law of thermodynamics. all information is energy. It bleeds out into its environment through entropy, which is thermodynamics, which is nuclear force. You have the strong and the weak nuclear force, which builds into the fundamentals of what they consider the standard model. Standard model being presented now as ether or influenceable fields, whereas they tried to teach us forever that the ether was a concept and a theory and not a factual proof. But I was able myself to prove through manifestation, influence, and a couple of experiments that I fully believe myself totally in the field and ether. But that was, part of my quantum studies into quantum mechanics, field induction, and quantum research on various states of particles.
It kind of leaves you a little bit sort of bewildered as to what to say next.
Right.
The thing is, when you're talking frequency, it's I'm not an adept study of that subject myself. So
think of as the caduceus. The energy. The serpents are the energy, or the sound, or the light, moving in waves.
The whole place is just teeming with those sorts of waves because, plants are probably giving
Plants
off
are amazing. Plants.
so much energy, not only ourselves, but as plants. You think of the
called
diversity.
photosynthesis.
Yes,
photosynthesis.
Yes, but the diversity of the plants, the amount of photosynthesis that's happening in every moment is quantum.
You've got to consider that the frequency in the sky has changed. One, it was manipulated by humans, and secondly, we're in a stated cycle of the Kali Yuga, which is also the fourth cycle, and that's a cycle of the sun. So therefore, the photosynthesis that is happening with all the plant life on the earth has changed drastically, and more so because of man via aluminum, strontium, barium being placed in the sky with other manipulative type of waves and frequencies and metals has caused that photosynthesis to change.
Yes, I fully believe that. Now, watching it actually take place where a lot of trees that can't even handle that, they're too sensitive for that type of environment, that they're actually dying off, right?
Plants heal the body. They do so much, plants. You ever notice, like, even fish, say a bunch of oil spills or something gets dumped in water, it always seems plants 90% of the time don't die, depending what it is. They find a way to live through it, like filter it out or something. Plants are amazing.
My daughter is a ecological environmentalist reservation and preservation. She eliminates invasive species of plants. She moved to Colorado here recently, but that was her chosen field, and she lived in Michigan, Ann Arbor, for a long time, taking various land up there and refurbishing the habitat to make it suitable for local environmental plants that are native to the area because of invasive species, and now she's out in Colorado doing it.
Awesome. Good stuff. I like that. Oh, that's the best news I've heard all day, actually. Actually, it's all but a year so far. Crikey.
That's what we need in this world.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, she's a little wicked.
Oh, good on her. Good on her for that. Yeah. Because a lot of our environments have been rearranged and changed so much that there are certain areas where if the original species isn't there anymore, then that place isn't probably doing as well as it should be, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, she also works with the research and development teams on plant parasites, tree funguses, parasites, infections, and diseases. She's not so much into that development and study, but she's more of the in the field, doing actual hands-on
collecting data. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. She brings it to the office, and then on weekends she plays a band.
Good on her.
Yeah, she's good people. Independent, very independent.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm, as I say, I take my hat off to people who are looking into our environment and ways to retrieve it and get it back up and running properly, you know?
That's
should
what
have
she
never
does.
got to where it's at. Like when I see the videos of all the plastic in the ocean, I'm like, no way, man. How? Like maybe ships tipped over or something, but it's where the two oceans meet. There's this spot, and it's just packed with bottles.
Yeah.
I know. The last time I was at Daytona Beach, there was medical waste where they got busted dumping medical waste. It was about 15 miles out, and then it was washing up on the beach, man. And
that happened here in Connecticut.
that was bad.
Long Island
Yeah, it was.
Sound. When I was a child, they would shut it down because of that. That's crazy. They're doing it everywhere. I'll pull up an article. That's why I will never swim there. Ever since I was, we used to go to field trips there, and a few times you couldn't go in the water because of that. And because the Connecticut River is the Long Island Sound is like a bay.
Yeah.
You got Long Island on the other side of Connecticut. It's New York, and then the Connecticut River, the mouth is right there, and I guess it spewed out into their medical waste.
It's like a backwash. Yep, it's a backwash. Yep.
It's got a current pull to it.
Yep.
Let me see.
Yeah, we used to. I look for those sorts of backwashes coming out of rivers when I was hunting particular types of logs, axis, right? There's certain lumber that washes down in rivers that's worth quite a bit of money because it comes from up in the headwaters of some of these rivers. And if I know in this country you can get salvage rights, you can actually target the log you're after, know what you're looking for in the back eddies of these big backwashes, and you can put a plaque on it with your name and the date that you're putting it on there, and you're claiming that as a salvage right in that harbour or that area of water, and you can get that log out, you might be able to make bloody good quid out of it, Yeah.
They do that out of the Great Lakes up here, especially the old log barges that had sank. If they can retrieve those logs, those are the best logs in the world to make the Stradivarius violin out of. And they get hundreds of thousands of dollars per foot for that particular lumber.
Right. Yeah, well, that's probably a bit better than what this one's worth, but still, you can get, a good log. You could make a few grand out of it. Yeah. Might even
Yeah,
make
there's
100 grand.
articles. I found a few articles on it. It's crazy. And it happened a few times. I said, that's it. If I want to go to the beach, I'm going to Rhode Island, where the real ocean is, where it's not a freaking end of the Connecticut River, which had mercury and all this stuff in it for years. They've said they cleaned it up, but who knows? And I said, I'm going to Rhode Island, Squamicut, real ocean.
Seems that
I want to go.
Maggot's on it down here in the chat. I want to definitely let him know that I appreciate his comments and his observation, and I appreciate his response in the chat to our interactions. He's on it.
Why would you cut the? Yeah, Maggot. You had stated if a plant. Let me see. If a plant is hit with any poison, pull all the leaves off. Why would that be? Just curious, because.
What does the parasite feed on?
But we're talking about the axis.
Sugar. Blood, right?
The fruit of the tree.
Energy.
The leaf. The flower. There's not as much nutrients in the stem as there would be in the flower, the leaf, the petal.
Yeah.
The roots filter it out too.
The very tip of the plant. Excuse me, guys. Making a cup of tea.
But there are some species that my daughter said, she was in Michigan when she was doing fungus in the actual bark of some trees that they were trying to spray for.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hold on. What? Somebody.
Those invasive plants too, they bring in a different type of parasite as well too, Axis.
Yeah. Yeah, export and import has soiled the natural stasis of the environments in both sides of the waterway. Crust pond.
Yeah, but people don't treat the earth as anything sacred. One guy said some wisdom. He said, there's one guarantee that, will take care of you besides yourself. And he said, that's Mother Earth. If you take care of Mother Earth, she's guaranteed to take care of you. And I said, man, it's not lying.
Yep.
That's why she's your Mother Earth. She'll nourish you. Take care of you. That too.
Look after her soils and she'll look after you. Yep.
I'm looking at these pictures of. Oh no, go ahead.
She'll teach you everything you need to know about being existent on this plane of existence, in this realm.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I've seen
I'm
some
gonna pull
beautiful
these
places
pictures
in it
up.
too. Been to some real beautiful spots in it too. Myself.
These pictures are from the 80s, but still, it's mind blowing to see. I think this is 89. Someone dumped this. I mean, this is old, but still, it makes me think. Like, come on, man, that can't be good. It's fogging, and then this, that's stacks beyond stacks. Like, that cannot be good for Mother Earth.
Are you aware of the electric car problem they're having right now? They have
Yeah, with
Yeah.
the
acres
battery
and
mines.
acres. Yeah, the acres and acres and acres of brand new electric cars that are obsolete.
Oh
And
yeah,
they,
I seen something on that. Yeah.
yeah,
That's crazy.
there you go.
It
That's
was
good
like
for the environment.
a whole field. I mean, it was long. Just no good cars.
Well, some of these buses that are catching fire too, right? Just
Yep.
on the street, but the electric buses.
What is this stuff they're using for the batteries now? They have the
Lithium.
mines in Africa. Lithium mines,
Right.
yes.
Yeah.
Man. And lithium is highly flammable, I think, or something to the extent. That's why it's catching fire and things, but I don't know if electric cars are good.
Lithium is a rechargeable source that contains and holds energy, such as electricity.
Of course.
To be honest, electric cars could be good, but the only thing I don't like about electric cars is they're hackable because of the internet and the tracking and all this stuff on them. I'd rather have me an 86 Chevy or a 65 Chevy, and you have if the EMP goes off, your car will still start,
Well, the winter, you're not able to use the charging stations properly. I just found that out this winter because California instated such draconian laws on electric cars, and people were finding themselves not only there but in various other parts of the country not being able to charge their vehicle because it was too cold.
Right. That was the same for buses that couldn't go because they were too cold to even warm up the bloody motor, let alone the occupants. The aircon
Right.
wouldn't work.
I have an 89 Ford Ranger with an alkaline battery, and it was so cold here that the battery didn't have the cold cranking amps to be able to turn my vehicle over. And that's an alkaline battery. So a lithium battery in a charging station would render you completely defenseless in sub-zero temperatures.
That's bad. That would eliminate a lot of areas they could sell them cars or operate them, unless they fix that problem. I don't know. I'm not the type of person to sit there and say car exhaust is destroying everything, and I could see the oil part, like where you're gonna put the oil, cars dump it, but maybe you could burn it. I don't know. Fuel.
What does a tree breathe? What does a tree breathe? Carbon monoxide. What is your car exhaust exert? Carbon monoxide.
Carbon monoxide. Trees
and then
love
the
it.
tree turns the carbon monoxide into what? Oxygen.
Oxygen. I wanted him to say it. I didn't want to,
So therefore, the war on the climate change and the carbon emission is bullshit, to my notion, because trees feed on it, plants feed on it, and they turn it into oxygen. So for them, it would be a bonus.
In fact, I think in
Same here,
Canada,
Magnet.
several years back, they actually built a pipeline and took the, as an experiment, out into the forest. They took all the carbon and pumped it straight under the trees. And the forest grew twice as fast. Well, not twice as fast, but they did increase their growth more than, normal situation.
But the average person isn't intelligent enough to know that. You're dealing with a 90, I'm going to say 8%, just the mentality of a sheep, you know? You say something like climate change, they're not going to understand that carbon feeds vegetation. Vegetation gives us oxygen.
Exactly.
Maggot says, internal combustion engines exist in nature. We just speeded it up to 1K rotations per minute. It's RPM.
Well, volcanism, one volcano can do more damage than an entire, whatever you want to call it, the realm of cars in carbon emission.
Yes. Exactly, in one bloody explosion. Mount St. Helens, when that went off,
Yep. I remember that.
Made our bloody emissions look like nothing. Right?
Pretty much. But you should have, here in the States, they had the carbon emission testing there for quite some time until it started affecting gas prices, gas sales, and vehicle sales. And then they did away with the emissions testing for your vehicle, and they kind of dropped it for a long time. And now they're coming in with the whole climate change agenda.
Huh. Yeah. That's another pocket snatcher.
It's a system of control. They don't want you mobile. They want you local. 15-minute cities.
That's coming into play, and that's terrible. That worries me. It reminds me of like a what's that author? Stephen King novel and shit. Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone episode. It's crazy. If you don't play ball, "15-minute cities." Everything within 15 minutes of you.
With an Orwellian overtone.
Talk about a prison.
Yep.
A free-range chicken.
Free-range chicken.
Yeah, we're pecking for the crumbs that the rich people throw out.
Buddy, about the size of it too, Chuck. Yep.
Everybody, in my opinion, for the most part, like I said earlier, is unique. Everybody's good at something. I think society can thrive so much more. Like, look at, in my opinion, I miss mom and pop shops. When families owned a pizza shop or a restaurant or a car place, like, family owned mechanics, and it's passed down. It meant so much more to see a country like that. Now everything's corporate and everything's a one store, and it's like, it's crazy, man. I don't know. Pizza shops are all like this fast way to make pizza. It's not homemade when you got the mother that's been doing it for 7 decades and her great grandmother was doing it, and it's just, you know, I miss that.
What was the inevitable outcome of consumerism brought to its pinnacle?
Yeah, run that past me again.
I said it was the inevitable outcome of the consumerism reaching its pinnacle. Corporation control. See with the most marbles wins. All you got to do is dominate the marbles, you know.
Yeah, well, when you're running a lot of companies like that, I suppose you can, you know.
Well, that's where Wall Street comes
probably
in.
we're looking, well, even BlackRock, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Mm.
But they got their ties in Wall Street too.
They got ties everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because once anything is brought out on the open market to be invested in, it immediately becomes an equitable investment, and it will grow and consume, devour, and conquer.
Yeah. Like in the store, I could remember seeing made in America, tons of factories, jobs, people working. Now, it's like I'm supposed to believe that, I don't know, China is these bad people, and 90% of our shelves are packed with stuff from over there. Like, come on, it's hard to believe that. And a lot of our good factories that were here left, because in the city I live in, most of the people worked at these factories, and when they left, it destroyed the city.
That's what happened here in Fort Wayne. International Harvester went down. Now the Star come in to buy it out. Now the Star went down. Slater Steel went down. There was a couple other major companies here. One was Phillips Dodge, and when they went down, this entire city turned into a slum, except for the consumer side of town, which is nothing but strip malls and places to entertain yourself or shop.
Yeah. To be a consumer, to be seen.
Yep.
Yeah, and all that sort of shit. Yeah.
And what makes it worse is the job part. People say, "Oh, there's jobs out there," and it takes money to make money. If you want to start like selling T-shirts or trying to make a better income, so I don't have all the answers, but it would be nice to see the country start having.
Well, I worry about
family business.
You know, I live off the residuals of my music, and when they start talking that crazy nonsense about, you know, retirement and Social Security, and what I get is called a residual. Makes me a little nervous. I've learned
your
to
your LLC, right?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've kind of gotten a little accustomed to this habitat that I'm in, but you know, I suppose I lived on the road as a nomad for 3 years. I could do it again, but I don't feel make it easy on me. Not like it was
Let's see if I
before.
can stop that that static.
Yeah,
static?
well, the thing is it's a different environment out there too now, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, sometimes
Yep.
when it speaks, it's like a little static, like you're speaking into a microphone. You know, like it's not all the time.
Even the people that are out there You know, there are people going out there now to do exactly the same, but there's ones out there too that are looking for a quick gain. You know.
Yeah. If you're wondering about my mic, is one thing I do is I take precautions about people being able to duplicate my voice and use it in memes or LARPing. So my mic may not come across as clear as everybody else's, but that's only for the fact that there are people out there that would love to catch my voice and LARP it.
Well, I suppose that happens to all of us.
There's a lot of ups and downs with technology. That's one of them. You see how people make these memes with Snoop Dogg or Obama's voice, and to me, it don't sound exactly the same. It sounds a little off, but I'm pretty sure they could do some crazy stuff with somebody's voice and picture. I'm pretty sure the technology they have is pretty insane.
Yeah, I did a song. It's on my channel. It's called Soul Secret, and I use a female artificial intelligent voice on it, and it sounds just like a woman.
Well, that's scary. They made a whole album of this so-called dead rapper, but that's one thing I never liked. How people would take like they do something with the music, like each verse they'll take pieces out of it and then create a whole new verse and make songs like that. They'll take pieces of the guy's voice, but I'm pretty sure now they don't need to take pieces of the voice. They have it where you can rap. Say it's me and I'm saying stuff through a microphone. I could sound like 50 Cent, So yeah, that's something to think about. Somebody gets a hold of that, you could call anybody and sound like them. Man,
Yeah, if
going
you
into a real digital world.
ever get a chance to listen to certain LARPs that I've done of other people, you'll see how easy that is to do. I've gotten pretty proficient at it.
I want to make like a guitar riff, put it into a hip hop beat, more of a jazz. I like the old school, call it jazz or old school samples that people use for hip hop beats. Like to me, hip hop was built off of samples.
It was the 808. The 808 drum machine was what actually allowed the rap artist to break into the self-production field, and that's how they actually started their own industry and movement with the 808 and scratching, sampling, and rapping.
I love that way of just the whole process.
No way.
Get the old rugged sound. Yeah. I like the sampling. Like it's not just with popular records. I've seen producers. They have so many different records. It's like all types of stuff. Russian. Like I'll be like, damn. They went to the record shop and got some Polish polka and did sample everything.
Yeah.
Or you could sit on a computer and build your own stuff. Learn to use a program and.
Yeah, I finally surpassed 120 original tracks on my channel now. So I have a 120, I think it's a little over 120 original tracks that I produced myself.
That's awesome. One of my favorite producers is RZA. Forgot that
Yeah,
the guy's name
don't
with
know
the
what
beard.
anything about.
He did the Beastie Boys. That producer.
I don't know. If it comes to rap, hip hop, or grunge, I don't. On gospel, country, well, 70s country, I'm very familiar with. A little bit of 80s, but country, gospel, rap, and hip hop, and
Creedence
so on.
Clearwater Survival. I mean, it's not survival, but Creedence Clearwater.
CCR, yeah. John Fogerty.
It's revival, not survival. I don't know why it says survival. That's some good herb. What time is it over there, Dean? It's probably afternoon. It's about to be midnight here.
It's what is it? Nearly 5:45. Evening time. I've just taken a loaf of bread out of the bread maker.
These live streams will be on my smaller channels. My second channel and my Free Thinkers. I'm going to start slowly building them up too. I don't know. I think about monetizing, but I don't know if you want to call it my ego, but you know, I'm a firm stander. When you stand for something or fall for it all, and I don't know. Getting monetized is like I can't be myself, and you still can't be yourself on platforms because God forbid you say the wrong thing, and you get a spanking, sent to the corner with a dunce cap.
That's becoming ever more so popular and true.
Elkamos 83 piece, man. He said, free range chickens pecking for small crumbs the rich leave on the ground. Yeah, that was funny when I said that. I don't know. I was watching videos of chickens pecking, and I said, that's us, man. We peck for crumbs, small paychecks, man, just to survive. We're just like the animals. It's crazy. Look at all, like, and you got Scrooge, they depict as a rich guy, right? In The Simpsons, what's that guy's name? They're all assholes.
Burns. Mr.
Burns,
yeah. Well, the general labor force is always a commodity, but now the biological workforce is becoming obsolete. And there
Sucks.
are other, yeah, they're using other forms of labor, robotic labor, which seems to be cheaper.
Yeah, you see, there's so much new stuff. Like, to me, I wanted to be an architect. I liked carpentry. I did carpentry, roofing, sheetrock, painting. I love hands-on work, craftsman type work, having a skill, expressing yourself. It's like an artwork. It's a form. It's an art. And now the mechanical is taking over everything, and people are losing their, to me at least, they're losing their creative abilities and their skill, because everything's cutting corners, and yeah, I get it, but it's made cheaper to me, things nowadays. Fast, cheap, quick, and there's no time took to really perfect the craft.
Well, they're making arrangements for obsolete humans.
It's crazy. Bad enough time is short. I'm 42. It feels like the 90s were yesterday. And I'm like, man, we're at the halfway point here. It's halftime. Life's too short, you know?
Well, I tell
I
you,
want to live like Enoch and frickin' Gilgamesh.
you know, what eases me and allows things to become more focused is I'm just a visitor here. This isn't my home, and you know, I'm just a passer through, so I don't get too attached anymore. Especially this last incident with humans. I have disdain for even attachment to humans now.
I don't think we should be terrified of death.
No.
And
No.
I'm still trying to learn how to treat every day like I'm already dead.
Death is one God that you will serve.
Yes, sir. That's one guarantee when you're birthed out the womb, is that that clock starts ticking. Chronos is is waiting for you when you come out the vortex.
I have a tattoo of the Chronos over my heart. My left.
That's creative.
chest.
That's creative. Right over the
My
heart.
body's riddled with esoteric information. I figure they can peel my skin and dry it out and make a leather-bound manual of symbology and esoterics once I'm through with the body.
Hey, don't they do that in Asia? When
Yep.
one of them die,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, well, they would have everything from Norse to Satanism to witchcraft to mythology.
Now we're talking.
My whole body's just riddled and covered with piercings and tattoos. And they said, one day you're going to regret that. Well, maybe if I was stuck in this shell forever, I might occasionally. But as of now, and since I got them, no, I enjoy my piercings and my tattoos. They speak very prominently of who I am.
When religious people do that, man, it's like them speaking negative of you and stuff. They're trying to throw that negative energy. And it's like, it's totally like that piece I read. It's just so hypocritical to what they're supposed to live by with their religion. And I see it time and time again. They try to down other people like they're above them on a high horse. Not all of them. There's very good. I have friends that are religious and stuff, beautiful people, but I think some of that stuff poisons the mind in ways, the way it's taught to them.
I think Dean can attest to the fact that I would be considered a scourge and a detestable thing on the metaverse, except to a handful of people.
As what people could consider the norm, yeah. In that light, yeah. For those who are not acceptance of anything that's out of the norm, yeah, yep.
So they discard anything that I have a value that they could learn for the fact that they're too busy judging, persecuting, and belittling me. So, and with this last event, I decided that I'm not going to allow attachments to humans anymore.
I've been called a Satanist and Archon, and I'll be like, yeah, man, if my arc ain't on, I'll be dead.
See, I'm an omnius, so if they call me a Satanist, yeah, sure. Call me a Christian, yeah, sure. Call me a Buddhist, yeah, sure. Call me a Hindu, yeah, sure. Call me whatever you want. I ascribe to them all, or observe them all, but ascribe to none. So, you know, call me a Luciferian, call me whatever you want to call me, because I've probably studied it, and I probably have adapted some of its teachings into my life at one point or another.
No,
I respect that.
Straight up, you can't say you're lying about that. It's a straight up statement, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we are what we are. We can't change what we've done in our lives, can we? You know?
Nope.
Yeah.
Except take responsibility for it.
Exactly. Take responsibility for it. Yeah.
And I've seen such a lack of that especially here lately on the social networks that I operate on, mainly YouTube, great disappointment. But my TikTok account has just went off the fucking charts again. I average 1,000 views within the first 2 days of any video I put up.
I'd say you have quite a good following by now, Axis.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. And then my Facebook with the Cult of Axis is naturally flourishing like it's always been.
I haven't been to Facebook in quite a few years now.
Well, I still have my page and my group, the Cult of Axis, is still there, and it's still functioning. And
I'm probably still a member, unless I've been logged out. And
no,
you know, even then, I think I'd still be a member anyway.
Yeah. Here
you go.
You're still
Axis, Abraxas, the Demiurge.
Yep. Or Yoel the boss. Just look up Sophia, and you'll get the story behind Sophia and the Demiurge. That's one of the original interpretations of the Demiurge. The one in the middle, at the very top, is the one that comes from Sophia.
So it's like no legs; they go into heads, really. Right?
This one.
Yeah, snakes. Yeah.
It's serpent.
Kind of reminds me of the Caduceus, the serpents that go up his spine. I forgot what the shield and whip stand for. I looked into that one time.
Yeah.
obviously the shield's protection or something, but or the family crest but I don't know what the whip's for. Could look it up.
Yeah, just look up Sophia, and if you really want to get deep into the understanding of serpent knowledge,
what is it, Sophia and what?
Sophia. Mother of the Demiurge.
Oh, okay.
Creator of the Demiurge, actually. I did an entire song about her.
Gnosticism. Sophia.
And then when you get a chance, start devoting a little time into learning the hermetic and esoteric knowledge of serpent wisdom. Excuse me.
I'm just feeding the cat at the moment.
Sounds like you're building a house. I'm joking.
I should turn my mic off.
This is the Gnostic Sophia Rising, it says, this picture.
It's not showing up on my screen yet. Hold on. Let me see what I can do here. Get that picture in. Okay. Yep, that's one of the Gnostic symbologies of the Sophia.
And then I like this picture because it reminds me of like the serpent energy at the North Pole, and then the sun and moon revolving around that on its analemma course.
Yeah,
in between the two.
That's post cataclysm right there.
Ah, that's a bad picture. It says the Gnostic scenario of the Earth goddess Sophia, and this picture has her standing over the realm. And it has like, I'll see if I can find the whole picture. Here it is. I actually like this picture because I was gonna do a video with all of the realm's cosmology, because and about just everything to disprove we're spinning on a ball through space, because a lot of cosmology disproves it.
They took I did informative songs, truther songs, I guess you would say, as a generic term, and certain ones of them that I touched on, they actually removed the video off my channel. They left the ones on Satanism, Lilith, Kali, Shiva, Brahma, Yogananda, and any of the Greek and Roman gods. They left all those up, but there were certain ones I touched on that they yanked the video. They didn't strike me. They just took the fucking video.
Of course they did. They did that to me and a lot of my stuff. I'm sure a lot of people got it.
Yep. Pissed me off, but I put it on Rumble.
I was like, come on. You kidding me? Things got 2 views. Because for some reason on my channel, all my videos, old ones, go backwards. All my views, they go backwards. And they have some excuse where, oh, if people ain't watching them, how do you lose views? My views always go backwards. Always go backwards. It's crazy.
Well, see, they did that to me on TikTok when I released a, it was a very powerful video that I released on TikTok about my disappointment in the Christian God. And I think it got like 8 or 10 views. And
that's awesome.
That was prior to me getting 800 to 1,000 views per video. And they held that against me for a while. It stayed at like 8 views. My likes, stayed at 100 for like almost 2 weeks, and my followers stopped growing. And then this last video I just released, which is In the Garden with My Love, which is about opium and the poppy plant, it peaked at 700 today, and my followers was, yeah, it went up, and my likes went back up. So it's all got to do with content you post. They like to punish you.
What do you think about this picture? I like esoteric pictures because there's just so much in them that you can pull out.
Oh yeah, packed with information if you know how to read it. I'm trying to get a good look at that.
Yeah, it's hard. Let me see if I could change the background so it'd be easier. Let's see, background. I had an all black. There we go. I'll change it to this. There you go.
There we go. That makes it a little easier.
Yeah, with all the flashing lights, and I put a black background to help out.
Yeah, that's got a lot of information. That's chock full of shit. Kind of.
I downloaded a couple cool. Different ones.
That's got some real heavy geometry in it. If you can read geometry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for the day that we have to communicate in pictures over YouTube.
Yeah, no sound, no voice. I thought about that. And I've tested it out. I've done a few things and it slipped through.
Well, my channel I put up as art and entertainment, and I got away with it for quite a while. And then I don't know whether somebody, if it was anybody, it was somebody who was in the church, started started really coming down on some of the satanic shit that I had, and some of the
That's
the
crazy.
more
That's
the demonic gods like Asmodeus, Astaroth, and various others, and they started yanking shit.
yeah. They don't like people who love themselves, and they say that's a sin. And then if you say the human body's a perfection, how dare you say perfect?
I think they were more concerned with the fact that, you know, I don't, I do both good and evil. I am light and dark. I travel the
We
full
all are.
spectrum, and I don't limit. I choose not to limit. And whenever you push those types of boundaries that aren't there against YouTube and various other platforms, they just yank your shit.
This is a good picture. I think people could if people have I got too many files. I think you could zoom in. That's what somebody said. If
Well,
you're
I
on
put it.
YouTube.
Yeah, I put it on larger. I don't have my big monitor on. Um, I was
If I
doing
had my
music
laptop,
earlier.
I'd be able to zoom in and move around, but they only give me a certain. I have unlimited everything on my phone, but then they only give you a certain amount for your. They give you a certain amount for hotspot, so then I could hook up my laptop. It's crazy. It's a rip.
Right. Right.
You know, it don't make
Now the
sense. I
big.
have unlimited talk, text, and internet, and they only give you like, I don't know, few gigabytes of hotspot, and that's it. You're done.
Yeah, I wound up getting internet service put in this apartment. How about 3 or 4 months ago? It's just because I got tired of having to hop signals, and too many shit stirring rat bastards out there that want to cause difficulty. So I have a legal router now for some of my devices.
I'm gonna get a scrambler to I forgot what it's called. You can, to change your, isn't it your address or something? I forgot what it's
A
called.
VPN.
Yeah, VPN. That's what I want. YouTube don't like
Yeah.
that though. Look
Well,
at this picture. A lot of alchemy. Or this one. I wish I could see what this says. It says Elohim. I think the RC is for Rosicrucians, maybe. And it says Figura Kabbalistica. 1, 2, 3, 4. Elohim. Now, what's the 1, 2, 3, 4 for?
it's the 4 full cycles. It's
Right, the
the
4
same as the
elements.
sun cycle. 4 elements, 4 sun cycles.
4 seasons.
There's
That's a cycle.
yeah,
Same thing, right?
it's a
Sun cycles
yeah.
or
Same.
seasons?
Sun cycles are long term. They're generally 36,000 years.
Wow. So that's like Aquarius going into.
No,
Now we're in the
that's
age of
lunar.
Aquarius. Okay.
No, that's lunar and astrology and astronomy. The sun is the long count. The moon is the short count, and the stars are the seasonal count. You have a clock above you. I go by a 13-month year, and
The moon cycles,
my
right?
yeah,
Yep.
I live by a 28-day moon cycle, and your what would be considered your daytime is my nighttime, and what is my nighttime be, backwards. And I don't ascribe to the Gregorian calendar at all. It took almost it's been 3 years battling with all my appointments and doctors and to get them to understand. But
Well, here's one I would like to put to you, Axis.
yeah,
When is the full moon? When is the first full moon closest to the winter
Yeah,
or
it's
summer
off.
solstice?
I wanted to say something about the full moon. It should be on the 1st, right? Of every month.
not all.
Well, yeah.
No, it's a
Yeah.
new moon. You go through a
Yeah,
new
new
moon.
moon. I'm sorry, and it's
New
off
moon.
too. It's always off when I'm looking outside at the moon. I'm like, man, I look at my watch, and I'm like, something ain't adding up, man, because the new moon should be on the 1st, and it should last the whole month,
That's
and then start over for the next month. But it doesn't.
that's
It's
because
off.
you're comparing it to the Gregorian calendar.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the point
You
I'm
got to
making. That it's
completely
off.
get rid of it. Get rid of the Gregorian calendar completely. If you're going to do it, do it. Don't try and mold the two together because they're incompatible. Either
I
you
thought I was
follow a
losing my
lunar.
mind though, Axis, but now it makes sense
No,
because it's off.
you either
Gregorian calendar
you either
makes sense now.
you either follow the moon, the stars, and the sun as your calendar, clock, and watch, or you follow the Gregorian calendar and the clock on the wall and what they consider to be their dates and times and months. But they're not compatible at all, other than certain days that they specify for celebrations and rituals.
Yeah, like the Last Supper. There's 13 months there. Jesus is the 13th, and you could look at Jesus as Polaris in the 12 months spinning around, but or you could look at it as the 4 seasons. But anyway, the 13 moons. I was reading some of the farmers went by the moon cycles, and that's what made me think. One day, for some reason, I looked up at the moon and I looked at the date, and I kept track. And I'm like, okay, so the new moon was on. I think it was on. I don't remember. It's like towards the end of the month, I think, either way, it's off. And
what you should do
now
is
it makes
get you
sense.
get you a couple old Farmer's Almanac. I'm sure you know what the Farmer's Almanac is, Dean.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah.
My brother
Yeah.
used to buy them.
Sure I did.
Yeah.
'Cause we used to camp.
Yeah, that will key you in when you want to make that transition from Gregorian calendar to lunar calendar.
Yeah, I'm already taking notes of things that are over here in New Zealand that have been markers for the solstice to change over from the winter solstice to the summer solstice, and I'm just basically trying to figure out at what point of that solstice when it changes over, and is it in relation to the moon cycle? Because to me, that would be the beginning of that season, and so that moon then would be the first moon of that year, right?
Yep. Depending on whether you're going summer solstice or winter solstice.
Yeah, well, either way, it's still the beginning. Oh, yeah, if you starting your year as 2 cycles of the solstice, winter and summer,
right?
then you would pinpoint it on that day, so that when that moon is also present, right, becoming
Yep.
full, I believe, coming full is the end of that month, right, and the beginning of the new one.
That would be the new moon would be the beginning.
The beginning,
The
so
full
it has to
moon,
be.
yeah, it's
So the
waxing and
28
waning.
days would be right on the new moon, or the 28th day would be right on the day before the new moon. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and what you got to do is you got to keep track of the waxing and the waning. I've got it tattooed on my right calf, the entire cycle of the moon with the 4 seasons and the 4 elements, and
Yeah.
that way, if I was ever like in jail, I can pretty much keep track by using my calf and my leg of where the moon is.
Yeah. Because basically that's telling you time for you. The sun basically gives you the hours of the day. You set up a sundial, it will give you the hours of the day, and as the season's solstice changes, it will mark. You can make markations on your ground or whatever to give the different times of the year, right? Whether it's in
Right,
summer
that's the
or winter.
long count.
Yes.
Yeah, the sun is the long count, the moon is the monthly count, and the stars are the seasonal count. You know, it's the day count can be done by the moon. Your monthly count can be done by the moon. Your seasonal count is done by the sun. Your precession counts are done by the sun. And then if you study astrology and the stars, then you can know the nominal seasons by the houses in what part of that house, which represents each cycle towards the long and the short count.
Yeah, now you're talking. Right. Yeah.
And then you throw your calendar in the trash, tear the clock off the wall, and go on.
Bloody A.
Yeah, they wanted to take that sense of direction from us and sense of time from us to disorient the mind and take the circadian rhythms of the body and deharmonize them.
Yes, fully. Yeah.
You said circadian rhythm. It reminds me of the word cicada, like in the trees, they vibrate to the frequency.
Well, there is one that's a 7-year, the 7-year locust.
Yes.
There's another one that also does the same thing, and you can determine a count by the locusts. But the circadian rhythm of the body is a natural internal clock that you have inside the body that it works with the moon, the sun, and the stars.
And it's your part.
Look at this picture.
Yep. Yep.
I like this picture. It shows the analemma. I think it's being eclipsed too. That's the sun. That's a really good
big high five and salutes to all the chat members are still there.
Peace to Flat Earth Nation and Marcel. It's morning time for Marcel.
Yeah, it's well, I'm kind of in I would be in the early afternoon for me.
You ever seen anything like this? One morning I was going to the bus and the skies, the different gases, different light spectrum.
Yeah, I've seen that real pinkish sky in the early morning. It's usually an indication that there's a bit of moisture in the air.
Then I took this picture. That's the crescent moon. I think that's Venus. Yeah, that is Venus.
Yep.
And I got this crappy picture
We
of the
won't be
moon.
seeing it tonight, but it'll be already up, and it's already up here. But we won't be able to see it tonight because we've got cloud, which I don't mind a bit of rain. I like the rain. The garden loves it.
Who's heard of the, I forgot, it's called the mother's tongue when the baby's in the womb? I went over what yesterday. The umbilical cord is the same as the silver cord. As above, so below, from micro to macro. It says, as the umbilical cord connects an unborn baby to the placenta, so does the silver cord connects our body with our spirit. And thus, the divine forces, the true source of life. When the umbilical cord is cut, we are born into the realm. When the silver cord is cut, we die and be reborn into another realm. Okay, sounds good. I hope so. I think none of this was an accident. We're way too intelligent. And life's just too short. It just can't be just completely over. And if it is, then it is. What can you do, right? You can't stop it. You could maybe flop it. You could hop it and flop it. You can run, but you can't hide.
It's like that. Well, X has said before. It's that point when you come to be responsible for you, and you just know that that's one thing you're not going to escape. So
I love this thing.
Come to terms with that. I have anyway. Never been afraid of death. Of course, you're on guard to keep your life.
I've been close to death, Dean. And let me tell you, each time that I was close to death, whether it was the time I went off the roof, backwards, the car accidents, other things, staring down at a gun, just all these moments in your life where you see your life flash, it changes you, makes you appreciate life more. Or you watch a loved one die, people dying young. It's crazy.
Not actually going out there to put myself on the chopping block just yet, myself,
Now, the sun stays in between. I always wonder, because the sun, to me, people think it's coming over their head, but I don't think the sun leaves. You see how the analemma here? I don't think it stays in between two parts. It don't go any further. So, it's between two, what are those things called? Isn't it Capricorn and I can't see. Where is it? There it is. It says, oh, clock ahead of sun? No. Anyway, it's something of Capricorn, and then there's the other side. But the sun, probably, if you look at the oceans, for the most part, I think the sun pretty much goes on this 360 journey in the analemma through the year, right? but it doesn't leave from being over the ocean, which the salt water is a big conductor of energy. And the whole Earth's, I think, a Tesla coil. And the sun and the moon, I don't know what they are, right? I don't think they're solid.
I
They
tend to
could
think
be,
they're more like a disc, a reflective
yeah,
disc.
or they could be a drone. People say, "Oh, how would they stay up? How the fuck does a drone stay up?" And then I gotta tell people technology is nothing new. They could probably got, not probably, they do have stuff we probably couldn't comprehend.
Well, I'm pretty sure that there would be a group that know about that, have known about that technology for a long time, and they've been able to wield the magic wand, so to speak, for however long to make sure that they're working towards one goal. You know, I believe that eventually that one world order, if it isn't already here.
Abracadabra.
Well, Dean, I'll give you this. I give only a percentile of my knowledge and wisdom to any panel that I've ever been on. I hold more back and keep it hid than I reveal, ever.
That's good.
Well, you've revealed quite a bit today, though. You know,
Enough. It's enough for you to do your own research and find your way.
Tip of the iceberg, man.
Oh, I know, but it's enough to further my investigation.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not going to take somebody by the hand again and guide them into esoterics. You know, I'll throw out the direction or point the way, but no, I have yet to find man worthy enough, so I don't do it. I'm not that aspiring and ambitious anymore.
I would say that you know, there's knowledge, good knowledge, in the heads of many wise men and women throughout the decades, millennia, even, that have held on to their knowledge and taken it to the grave. And I think that is probably a little bit of for me, a bit selfish in a way, because yeah, I think that
you don't
all
give
knowledge.
children loaded guns.
No, but you don't tell. First, you've got to teach a child what a gun is before you even think
Exactly.
Right.
gun.
Yep. That is for sure.
I've always had that saying, actually, is that I don't want to take any good knowledge to the grave. It deserves to be shared forward.
Thank you, Dominic.
You know, it's a wonderful sentiment to believe in mankind enough that you would think that depth of knowledge should be shared. But I've lived it, and I have seen it come to naught.
Well, many a time I've seen my own stuff come to naught, but it doesn't stop me from carrying on and striving to keep it going.
Well, I point directions, Dean. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
I go a little deeper than most. You know, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to hand feed anybody either.
Oh no,
Not,
we're not talking about that, but we are talking about not withholding information, but rather sharing it. That's what the great thing about these panels is that we can get up there, encroach on subjects that most people probably
Talk civilized. I don't want to use that word, but there's rarely any arguments here.
Just choose to avoid too. A lot of people choose to avoid certain subjects because of your beliefs, your premise for your discussion, and I think it's great that we can get up there and talk about just about any subject that comes up, and not be held back by any premise, past belief that might put a gate on you, shut the gate on the bloody conversation. Opening gates instead of shutting them, right?
If I may, Dean, I'll broaden you a bit here so that you have a little understanding about a position of somebody that holds information of that caliber, lest you drive a man insane. Lest you drive a man insane.
Yeah, so well, I mean, at least you could just about drive yourself insane if you left your mind to its own devices at times when you're in a situation. So,
what if the knowledge could drive you insane? Would you still want it? Do you want to carry that with you and share it with others?
No.
When you know what it's capable of doing?
Definitely not.
That's what Dean is asking.
No, I'm not exactly asking.
I wouldn't want to carry that.
To divulge their whole guts in one go, but when we're speaking on topics where we can, like you just did today, you divulged a bit of information that people can use to research, right?
Yeah, and I hope it was palatable to somebody. I'd hate to think that I rattled the air that much and nothing come from it.
And no ears were listening.
Yeah, I appreciate your time here. You ever thought of being a professor?
I'm an artist.
Or a teacher?
I'm an artist. I'm an artist. Life is my art.
Pictures speak 1,000 words.
Yep. Yep.
That's what I like about art, you don't have to put any words there. The picture does it all for you.
That's true. From the most horrid, vile, conceivable thought to the most beautiful, brilliant, enlightening theme.
That's why I tell Christians, I say, I am God and the devil. How dare you? We are everything. People, they don't want to, no, it's not all, but some that I've spoken to don't want to admit that they have a darker side or evil side, whatever word people want to use to describe, or anger, or
Yeah, I mean to elevate yourself from darkness to light is awesome.
But
you know.
yeah, but how can light be so powerful if darkness surrounds the light? I'm not favoring darkness. I'm just saying, picture a light.
It's polarization. It's positive and negative. Okay?
Equal amount.
Does darkness need energy to be darkness? Does light need energy to be light? Once you understand that, then you understand why light is light and dark is dark.
The polarities, right?
Yes.
They both play a role.
Yeah. Darkness don't need energy to be dark, but light needs energy to be light. In this particular realm, but there are other realms.
Lay it upon the other.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to go into that the other day on London's until Smith come up and started with the Muslim thing, and I just didn't. I felt that it was a sign for that information to be retained, and yeah, till some other day, maybe, you know. So I went over to Ian's and tore through his panel and threw down, and naturally left there with everybody content and happy, except for Flow State, Illumitami, and some other guy, Joe.
Oh well.
But Ian was absolutely thrilled. Sunkus was absolutely thrilled. You know, the chat was definitely rolling good. And there was some great information being thrown around, but naturally you have the dissidence that comes in, and they don't know how to weave baskets, so they just kind of chew on the straw. You can't condemn them for I guess being common man, because that's what they're expected to be.
Comes down to that premise of belief again, doesn't it?
It comes down to dedication and discipline to learning without restraint. They chose not to fully endeavor into the discipline of learning. They got enough to get by. They need just a little bit more to intrigue and entertain, but they don't have enough to weave a basket.
Yep.
Which cuts people short that really, and like you said, Dean, that really seek the absolute understanding of things. You always seem to have these interludes with these characters that are common stock and breed that have chosen to just dabble and partake casually into something that should be taken with some relative seriousness.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, you've got to question everything, don't you? Right?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Look at this building, Dean. I mean, this thing is majestic, imperial.
Mm. Amazing, all right. The architecture, incredible.
Oh,
The
sorry,
train.
you're still looking at it.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the entranceway and
Stairs.
yeah.
It reminds me of a rocket. I think a lot of these were like some sort of a generator of energy, for sure. A lot of these buildings generated from the ether. Look at that. Oh man. Like who would want to knock something down like that except to hide something or to start what they would call new, right? Where they could charge for everything, if that's even true, that energy was free everywhere. Because if there's people now that want to charge for everything, why wouldn't it have been like that in the past?
Well, if we look at them and we say that lots of these cities had fires and there were mass destructions, bombings of different places and cities, we could say that the proportion that is left behind it's still quite big, but it's slowly disappearing. And who's to say what it was like in the past? In 100 years' time, that might be all gone, and nobody will know.
Have you guys seen that city they built in Saudi Arabia?
Yep, Neom. Yep.
Yep. There you
I
go.
mean, look at this piece. I mean, it's just so amazing to me. The detail, it's definitely a piece of art. The people in these days that built this stuff, it looked like they had no stress. They love life. On these pictures, when you see people, they're well dressed. There's no litter on the ground. There's no homeless people. There's no drug addicts. People just look
No snow.
happy. No snow.
I'm gonna let you in on something, Charles. And I want you to really take heed of what I'm about to tell you, because this will serve you when you look at pictures like this. That particular picture there is inscribed with a message in the architecture and the geometry. Not only does it speak, it also vibrates. It has a frequency. So when you're looking at something like that, you're looking at a language. Chase that down for a while.
Fully, I would say that it's a connecting piece to all the other parts of the language that we probably might miss out on because of their being destroyed, right?
Yeah, and the information that that building is speaking wasn't passed to everyone. That information was withheld for the scholarly and the learned
Yes.
and those who understand the language of geometry and frequency and vibration and energy. It's called acoustics. And geometry is almost like an alphabet.
I mean, this thing has energy written all over it. I don't know where this is. It might be somewhere South America or Asia.
I'm thinking more Asia.
I was looking at the people, but yeah, the horses and the carriages just don't, to me at least, don't. They're out of, just don't add up.
You could almost say that that pavement in front of that thing, that last picture was just, that was rain. It was wet.
Where?
Not that one. Now go back to the next one. No.
I erased the other one. Oh yeah, that picture. It was made to look like that. I know what you mean. This is from 1930 in Antwerpen, wherever that is. The Congo. I don't know what that says. Sun, Congo, Palaces. But I mean, palace, okay. In a lot of this architecture, I see the cathode and the anode, but I also see the four corners. And they usually have a central piece that comes up that reminds me of Mount Meru's tower. Then you got your four corners. Kind of, they mimic our realm a little bit.
They're tapping into a particular thing that is very obviously placed in front of you, and the relativity to it will mark certain times, spaces, events, ideals, and concepts. That's a part of the intrigue of the Masonic order. That's the scary information, you know what I mean? They teach you how to read architecture.
It's my kind of ball game. Sad, you know, and I didn't mean sad to say, but I've always been interested, like I said, in architecture, sound, frequency, energy, light.
Well, you
especially
probably
in
enjoy
my
being a
younger
Mason.
days. Maybe. You know, there's so much propaganda surrounding that name, you know, and it could be by design. You know, I've thought from other angles, like, that propaganda could be put out on purpose. They don't want everybody in their stuff, you know.
No, they don't.
So they spook eyes it, and people fall for it and believe it, and they don't even look into anything. That's a good tactic.
It works.
Me, when, you know, all that, I started to realize at a young age, they use fear to scare people, and control. Everything's fear-based, right? Like, if you're not a good person, you're going to burn in hell. No, I'm not saying to be a bad person. I'm just saying the tactics that are used, or, you know, just a lot of magic being done.
Well, manipulation of frequencies, that's for sure.
There's good magicians with good intentions, and bad magicians that want to do bad stuff. It's the balance of life, I see.
Why not
It's just what
be
it
a
is.
user of? Why not just be a user of magic. Instead of deeming it good or bad, why not just be considered a user of magic without
That sounds
definition?
better. You know, they say if you stare into the dark too long, the dark will stare back. So what if you stare into the light too long? Will the light stare back?
Maybe you'll go blind.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that too, to be sarcastic, but
Like I said, light needs energy, darkness doesn't.
what's with the darkness absorbs all the light? So somebody, that's what was said one time, that or darkness, the color black is all the colors in one, which is
Right?
kind of true. But I don't know if that would be right for light.
White.
Maybe crayons.
White is the existence of all colors. Black is the absence of all colors. You cannot shine a light through a prism and get darkness.
True.
You shine a light through a prism, you get multispectral light.
See? Whoever said that darkness is all the colors in one, they said it backwards.
Yep.
It's the opposite of color.
Exactly.
And that sounds
you got to watch
more
speculation. People will give their ignorance up to you freely. But people who have knowledge will not. On rare occasion, they will offer it. And if you aren't silent and still, you'll miss the opportunity.
And I understand why a lot of people don't want to give up what they know, because you know what are people going to do with it is the problem, you know. And the information is so, what word could I use? It's so valuable. You don't want someone fucking off with it. So I
That's why
get it.
I said, lest a man go insane. They've conditioned the human mind that if you represent certain truths, your own existence becomes stifling to your mental stability.
Interesting, the names of some of those pictures.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, even the people look so little. Why would you build a doorway triple your size? I mean, people have said, well, you got to get machines in there and stuff. Okay, that sounds good, but you know, you see all the
Look at
antennas?
the somatics there is just incredible.
Right. This one right here has the red and white stripes. Just everything's so clean. Look at the person in the bottom left corner. They're like disappearing in the picture. You see it? They're there, but they're not. The flag's almost disappearing.
Like almost a double exposure.
Yeah. That's probably how they make it so sharp. They overlay it with the same picture. I don't know how they do it, but this architecture is a whole nother level, and it shits on anything today. The architecture today is boring, bland, lame. There's no detail. Not all of it, but most of it. Good 90,
Look,
98.9% of it is poop.
look up the Temple of Shiva in India, and you will
All right.
see architecture at its highest form.
Temple of Shiva. Here we go.
Carved out of rock, solid rock, flawless, down to the most minute fraction of an inch.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the Temple of Shiva. Okay, it's an actual thing of Shiva? Or no, this thing is one of my favorite pieces of architecture. I know there's more than one, but hold on, let me get a good picture of it. I think this is it. No, this ain't it. It's the Natarajar. So that the J don't sound like a
Nataraj.
J.
It's
No,
the Nataraj. The dance of
Raja.
Shiva.
Not the statue of Shiva that's blue.
No.
Okay.
It's an actual massive carved
Temple.
out of solid stone in a cliff, and it's flawless down to a fraction of an inch.
I know it's not this thing.
Nope.
I put Temple of Shiva on here, and it's coming up with these blue statues of Shiva, and it's like, no, it's not what I want. I think this is it. I hope this ain't Angkor Wat. That's what it looks like.
That's the Temple of Shiva.
I think this is it. If it is, I'll find a better one.
Nope. I'm trying to think of another way to word it that you'd be able to get the proper image.
Mountain temple, maybe.
Solid stone temple architecture, India. You'll know it when you see it because you'll never see anything like it again. They hewed the entire thing out of the side of a actual stone cliff. The whole fucking thing is just cut out.
I'm pretty sure, has Praveen shown some of that stuff? Axis?
I'm sorry?
There's a guy by the name of Praveen. I can't think of his surname.
I thought I booted myself out.
But he does different temples.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna look it up real quick, and then I'll give you the manner in which I found it.
For some reason, Dean, I love these things too. This picture.
Yeah. The gateway into the city.
Yeah, I found it.
That was the laneways in and out of the city on the major
Okay,
highway.
Just type in. Are you ready?
Hold on, yeah, I'm gonna find. Let me exit this out. All right.
KAILASA and then
AFA
KAILASA Temple.
Okay.
ELLORA. It's Kali
Oh,
Shiva.
at Laura. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
Yeah.
It's a
That's the
beautiful
Temple of
piece.
Shiva.
Picture's so crappy. Let me get a better one. Here we go. I'm gonna sneak this one in. Look at this freaking building. Oof. Alright. Here we go. Here we go.
Hey,
Boom.
yep. There it is.
That's a masterpiece. I've looked at pictures of this. There's another one too they carved into a slab of stone. And it looks like they 3D printed the dang thing. Makes me wonder. Because if we
There's
have
one
3D
in
printing, I'm sure the ancestors had something close to it.
There's a real interesting one in Egypt too that was carved into a mountain like that, and it's absolutely magnificent.
I'm so in tune with these pictures. I have like over 7,000. Like every state, any big city, you're gonna find one of these buildings. Illinois, Wyoming, like every major city has a few of them, but one big one. Even some towns have them. They're everywhere. They're littered all over the realm. I mean, this architecture, this kind of looks fake, but it might not be. Because it's the Parliament building in Winnipeg. Where's Winnipeg? Canada?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they have the Winnipeg Jets for hockey.
Yep. Charles, if you really are interested in pursuing a path, start studying and looking into reading esoteric architecture. How to read esoteric architecture. And then you'll be able to speak the language of the buildings you're looking at, and they will talk back to you.
Thanks. I'm going to look into that. Like this building, it says the temple is. Let me see. This says Le Temple de Shiva Natara. What you said?
Nataraj. It's the dance of destruction.
Nataraj.
Yeah, that's the dance that Shiva does. Is the Nataraj. That is the dance in architecture. That's not the actual representation of Shiva, the entity within itself. It's an aspect, because all the Hindu gods are aspects of each other. And whenever you understand that Shiva is also Brahma, is also Vishnu. But the nataraj is the act of the dance and the energy that comes with it. Because Hinduism is not a religion. It's a philosophy.
Okay. It almost looks like at the top of that thing, like those are prongs for like electricity. They look like
Well, Vishnu is the sustainer, Shiva is the destroyer, and Brahma is the giver of new.
sounds like
So
your balance.
hence Brahmi, which is a plant. It's endemic to Southeast Asia. It's what we call the little blue violet flower.
Yeah, pretty flowers. They have a big thing for the lotus flower in India.
What I was going to say about the Brahmi flower, violet is what they call it. Violet oil is very expensive, right?
Yeah.
But Brahmi leaves and tea, I'm not recommending this as a cure for anything, but I drink it now and again. It's great for repairing holes in the blood barrier.
Really?
Towards your gut and also your brain blood barrier, yeah. Mm.
Interesting.
Look at this
Good
thing
knowledge.
in this picture right here. Look at that little thing flying in the air. It's like half helicopter, half plane. You see it in the upper right?
Yeah.
Wonder where this is. I have to start writing down where these pictures are. Puente del Mar. Valencia, it says, I think.
Yep.
Look at that little thing they're carrying. It's got a little, in the house way in the back, you can see the cathode and anode. And then that thing looks like it's taking some energy in too from the ether. Or the air, shall I say. Some guy made a machine that pulls the moisture out of the air, and the machine was making pure water out of the air. And people were saying, "Oh, are they going to come get him?" And I'm like, "Well, now they are, because you're blowing them up on the internet, right?"
And I want to let Maggot know that I am reading his comments. They're not in vain, and I appreciate his interaction.
Yeah, I read them too, Maggot. Don't think. Well, he knows. I share.
Yeah, I just wanted to let him know that I'm acknowledging him.
Has Maggot moved to the States, or is he still living in Australia?
I don't know. That's a question that's way out of my league there.
Yeah, I was just asking if he can hear me. He's from Australia, but I was just wondering has he gone to America or?
I'm going to end this live at 5 hours.
I heard he went on a holiday there. I'm not sure if it was a holiday or whether he'd moved.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Charles, Dean, I appreciate you guys allowing me up here. Appreciate your time.
Hey,
maybe
been a blast.
Another day.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll be live in the morning if anyone's up. Maybe at 8 or 9 Eastern time.
Right. Well, if I catch you live or I'm available, I'll drop in on you. Dean, as
Great,
usual.
Alright. Yes, thanks for your time, Axis. Appreciate it a lot.
great to have a chat with you, Axis, and yeah, you bring a heck of a lot to the table. So, awesome, bro. Take care and much love, and stay safe. Yeah.
All love, guys.
Peace, Axis. Damn it, I erased that piece I wanted to put up again. Anyway, this is good enough. I want to dwell on this. Get 10 minutes. This masterpiece. Even though this is pretty awesome too. Now, as far as carving this by hand, I don't know, man. I got a hard time. It would have took a long time to carve this by hand.
Yeah, that's all depending on we're looking at it in our light of thinking. They might have had a whole different way of doing things back then, and it might not have taken as long as what we would think.
I wanted to ask Dean what you think about my theory. This one. When I showed these, and I was sitting here looking at this the other day, at these pictures, because I was trying to find certain pieces like of electrical stuff that we use nowadays to align with the architecture of back then. So I was looking at these wires, and I said, motherfucker, man. It reminds me of the buildings, because the outer part of the metal is all in the concrete, and then even in the floors, because you got to put the what's that stuff called? The pieces of concrete the piece of steel that you put in the concrete is called
rebar.
Yeah, and I don't think you put that through the whole building, but maybe. And that would push the electric current, all the metal and stuff within the brick. And the top, they always have at the top the same thing, right?
Yep.
It's like from micro to macro, from a little scale to a large scale. And I got a lot more pictures.
You can see the correlation.
And what building is this? In New York, it's the
not the Empire State, is it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Even these go up into a point, just like the wire. And this is in the east over there. Kind of looks a little India or Hindu, or like Philippines maybe, or Vietnam. Same thing with these. These antennas.
Like around Turkey and those sort of places, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is called the Dashash Wamade. Man, I butchered that.
But each little pinnacle up there must be working in conjunction with all the others, right?
Maybe. Now, some could be for decoration, like on other buildings and stuff. I'm not taking that away. But what I'm saying, I'm just letting people know, like, when they watch this, that, it just, It all makes sense, man. I even think to this day, buildings, they say one lightning strike could light a city for, I forgot how long, but how many times I have so many pictures of skyscrapers. You know, they say, oh, you know, they say that's to catch the lightning and this and that lightning strikes. No, I think is the building is pulling in energy, and that's why the lightning connects with it, because it's pulling the electricity down, you know?
Yep, the connection is like attracts like. So if it's already there, it wouldn't take much for a lightning strike to attach to it, right?
Right, because it's already attracting that energy, the building. So
yeah,
now it makes sense. They try to teach us that it randomly strikes the building. Oh no, that's not why. It makes sense now. Bastard's been lying to us
all the way through.
I like this building, or temple, I mean. Look at the top of that, man. Those little prongs.
Well, they say for every meter you go up, you get so many kilowatts of voltage.
I heard that too.
So the higher up they go, the more they get, right?
Yeah. I don't think people got me when I said this is the sun and the moon.
No, I don't think they did either. But yeah.
Marcel.
The Borealis, or whatever you call it.
Rising.
Hey, Marcel, how are you?
Cambodia, that's a good one. No, so I just seen
I'm good now. I took a walk like for an hour or so. So this is how I start my day, or most of my day. So I feel better, much better than when I woke up. Let's say that.
Oh, that's a plus straight away.
Yeah, exactly. Keep that blood running in your veins, right?
Exactly.
Positive.
Yep.
You know what they say? No, that's a different saying. I was going to say your rights are like muscles. What's that saying? Your rights are like muscles. If you don't exercise them, they slowly go away.
Yeah, or your veins are like rivers. If the water is still, it's getting polluted, you know? It's getting polluted.
Stagnant. And the guy made a good point about that. He says, you know, work every day, stay busy, keep that blood flowing.
Yeah.
He said, your body is how much water? And then the guy was like, picture a stagnant pond and what builds up in that. He goes, in jail, if you don't, even in the cell, you got to work out, because if you just lay down and do nothing every day, you're just going to turn into a stagnant pool of shit.
It's the combination, in my view, the exercise / walking, but the relaxation is also just as important, at least in my experience. But yeah, laying on bed in your bed whole day won't be good for years on end, right? But that's
exactly.
That's with everything. You also see people jogging here every day for hours on end, and that's not healthy in my view as well. But that's just my opinion. But
it's going like too far.
Yeah. It's the balance, like everything else. You know, you just need to watch yourself. If you're feeling a little bit down or depressed, I always go walking. You know, so and it always helps me. You know, it's.
Well, I find you know, like you probably if to me, the likelihood of say if we're looking at it in a natural way, would a hunter go out and walk or run all bloody day long and do that every day? No, he's gonna have a day of rest too. You can't expel that much energy continuously over and over. I mean, you'd be like you're at war, right? That's the only time you could find that you'd only be like that. And I mean, how many people burn out from too much expended energy, right?
That's a good example you gave. A hunter. A hunter is always moving slowly until he sees something that he needs to get for his survival or his health, and then he starts running and trying to catch whatever he was what he got in his visor or his arrowhead.
Yeah, but if he was out running all day, he'd miss most of his bloody quarry because they'd hear him coming, right?
Yeah, exactly. Most of the time, it's just waiting, and
What Maggot said. He said, my kids travel for 3 hours to see me. When they hug me, we get a shock. Electric.
Oh, that's cool.
Electric boogie, oogie, oogie.
Yeah.
This is electric universe for sure. I like that avatar, Marcel. That's dope.
Thank you. I already have it a while. I have different ones, but this one is in the collection as well.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I was surprised to see you live this morning. I was up earlier than normal, but I said, hey.
Yeah, I didn't go live during the day. And thank you, Marcel, for that. I seen that today.
Yeah, it's okay.
I got to catch up on all the stuff you're sending me. Everybody, I got so much stuff. I don't know. To be honest, ever since my cat died, I just be like not caring about a lot of shit. It sounds corny, but that was like my friend.
Yeah, I totally get that, man. I lost one cat as well, and I cried more than when my grandmother died. It's,
seeing her in pain, that shit pissed me off. Like I couldn't help her. Shit sucks.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna buy me an elk.
I'm gonna have to exit the stage left. Maureen's got made dinner, and I'm going to go in and enjoy that. So
I'm gonna eat too.
Yeah, enjoy your meal.
Yeah, Dean.
Thank you very much,
man, for coming up, Dean. It's a good build conversation.
Yeah, it was a very peaceful and I've learned quite a bit. I was listening to Axis. He's a good speaker, and he's got a great deal of knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to watch the rest back today.
Yeah, Axis, man. Me too. I'm gonna leave it on. I forgot what 2 channels I'm live, but I'm gonna the live streams that you don't see from the last week. They're on my other 2 channels,
But I'm going to go back and review anyway, because there's things there I'd like to write down. Yeah.
Good seeing you or speaking to you.
Yeah, likewise, Marcel, and take care, Chuck, and much love to everyone in the chat.
Yeah.
Take care.
Have a good dinner. Peace. Marlene and Dean. Maureen, I mean, sorry. Marlene, what the fuck?
That's all right. Thank you. And you guys have a good evening.
Peace out,
You
guys.
too. Peace, Dean.
Yeah, I have to control myself as well, Chuck, by sending information. And most people don't appreciate me sending that much, so I have to control.
No, I don't care. Some days, man, I just sit there. I'll rewind to where I left off, and I just go in when I'm bored. It take like an hour, but sometimes more, depending how long videos are.
Yeah.
If they're 2 hours, I'll skip them and go back and watch them when I have 2 hours. I have to watch it the whole way through. I don't like stopping, go and do stuff. 2 days later, I'll come back.
If you're interested in stuff, you will do that automatically,
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, that machine of that filtering the moist out of the air.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the future, man. Have to
Let
be.
me see what his name is. He was not that that matters, but I'm just saying. So people are saying, you know, is the government going to come after him? And like I said, I was like, now they are, because they're all blowing it up on the internet. It's like, damn,
Yeah,
what a stupid question.
it's visible now, Charles. There are so many people in the past that have been, yeah, basically murdered for their inventions. Let's be honest. But it's visible now for many people. So if somebody like that would pass as suddenly, sudden death or whatever they're gonna call it, you know, we all know what happens. It's, you know, but people start seeing that we've been lied to, and every time somebody comes up with a good invention and he dies suddenly or under suspicious circumstances, come on, everybody
Yeah,
knows.
like the guy who he ran a car on water, and he ended up exiting this place. Here's the guy right here.
Yeah, it happened a lot.
Let me see if I could download this video. His name's Moses West. Yup, that's him. I remember the name. Can't forget that name. Oh, it's on Shit Talk. Damn it. How am I gonna...
Yeah, but he even before the start of the Rothschilds and the oil magnates and all that,
That's how they get all their stuff. They steal it.
No, but there were already cars driving on water and on steam before that, way before.
Yeah. But they stole it from, I think, the taller people who had all the tech. And I'm pretty sure people our size learn too.
It's all about control and about the valuta that we use. Oil we have to buy and all that, but if you have steam and you have water, you just catch rain and you will have fuel for your car or whatever
All
you're
right.
gonna do. It's just as simple.
Check
as
this
that.
out. It says Moses West. All right, Benton. Who cares about that? This was February 4th of 2022. It says for billions of people, lack of access to clean, safe drinking water isn't a given. But Moses West thinks that he's found a way to change how they think about it, and more importantly, how they get it. Since 2015, the retired, I hate when they put this label, African American Army captain has been on a mission to create. He can't just be a man. This man, right? Captain of the military. They always have to put like white, black, or this and that anyway. Has been on a mission to create water out of thin air, figuratively and literally, with his atmosphere water generation machine. West Water Harvesting Invention, or AUG machine, as he calls it, works by extracting moisture from the air, which it condenses and then turns into water. We've always known there were three sources of water: a liquid, a solid, and a gas. West told the Atlanta Black Star in 2019, our atmosphere is the most abundant source of water we have. And now we have this technology in our hands where we can tap into this water. To me, we're in a no-brainer territory. West Aug's machine makes it possible to harvest clean, non-polluted water instantly. No small feat in a world where 1 in 3 people, or about 785 million, lack access to basic water service. I wonder why. Yeah, we all know why.
Yeah, but with people with inventions like this, if he created a thought of it himself, or that it's all tech that they rediscovered, which is both possible, it doesn't really matter. But these people we need to protect and give credit.
Exactly.
Because the more of those people stand up and give us basically the needs that are basically rightfully ours, everybody has the right to to water, a roof over their heads, and food. And yeah, sadly, we have to pay for a lot of those things that are basically free in nature, you know? So,
Sucks.
yeah. But
You
yeah,
know, as much.
we have to give these people a lot of credit and protect them if necessary, you know?
Did you see the video I sent you, or the one I posted in my community post about? I said this is how you. I don't know if I sent you the video by James Freeman, but
I'm not
I
sure.
put it in my community post, and it's called. Damn it! It's called. This is how you lay down the law. That's what I titled it. I could send you the video.
I think I have not seen it yet. My phone is still.
I'll send it to you on
now.
so you could watch the video. Hold on.
Yeah, I went to bed early yesterday, so I just now turning back my phone on. So. Yeah, see something? Let's see. Lawyer reads law to major orders police to break it. No, I haven't seen that one. But will be interesting. I've seen sort of like things like this, and it's insane. Most people with certain positions in this society don't know the law themselves. It's really sad. Really sad.
Booted myself out. But I sent it. You know how you were saying, I was saying about town meetings. Well, this guy went in the town meeting and let these people have it, and it's good to see people getting tired of the bullshit and really standing their ground, man. It feels good because we can fix the government. I personally think if we get all these, I don't. They've got such a strong hold on everything that it's going to take a miracle. Jesus Christ himself.
I'm gonna leave that in the middle. I do believe there's always a good force and a bad force, but people are. We are the ones that can make the change. If there are still people waiting for somebody to come on a cloud or something, and then you've been then you've been stuck in the fairy tales from the past since forever. You know?
Right.
We are the change, and if people don't realize that and always say, "Oh yeah,
they're in La La Land,"
the politicians have to do that. No, they will never do that. We have to do it, like always.
I don't know what's happened, Marcel, but like common sense.
Yeah, common sense is gone mostly, sadly.
I don't get it. And I think a lot of the pharmakia witchcraft has a lot to do with it. The alchemy, they unbalance your alchemy, man.
Yeah,
that's why I say in my rhyme, I said, you solve one problem and have 10 more, like farmers' prescriptions. Because it even says it. I was on them. And you read the paper that comes with it, and it says side effects. Right, so you could sleep at night now, but you're gonna have 90 more side effect problems.
Girls, I've seen documentations and young mothers and fathers talk, and they let their children play outside on their homestead that they've created, and the children are as healthy as fuck. You know, they don't have any diseases, and when they get a cold, it's
That's what
over
happened to me.
no time.
Ritalin.
And everybody that always goes to the doctor or listens to a doctor or somebody who says he knows something, they are all in the pocket of big pharma. They only want to sell you drugs because that's what it is. It isn't even medicine; it's drugs. You know,
the system. You're selling drugs, Marcel. Crack. Oh, prison. System. We can do it though. Chuck, you're selling weed. Lock them up. But the government could sell it now because it's legal and it's
yeah, but that should make people think. Why would the government go and sell this? You know, I've used in my
me
life,
too.
but in the
I'm
end,
paranoid.
In the end, it will only keep you away from where you want to go. Addictions.
I said that, Marcel, to people. I said, why do you think all of a sudden they're legalizing marijuana? They hate it for all these years for money. No, they got plenty of other ways to get money, like cocaine. And
yeah, but that's
it's because
think they create it in labs nowadays. That marijuana.
Yeah.
You know?
If it isn't the food, it's the marijuana.
Yeah, there's something in it right now that isn't
right
in marijuana that grows in nature. Those drugs
I
from
agree.
the lab, marijuana, there's something with that, you know.
Yeah, they're crossbreeding.
Yeah, it's not good.
Because they got weed for pain, weed for diarrhea, weed for runny noses, weed for upset stomach. It's like, dude, what are you crossbreeding it with Pepto-Bismol?
Yeah, I stopped using that years ago because there was like a rumor that one or two coffee shops where I live sprayed crystals on it, you know, and that's highly addictive. And marijuana is already or was already highly addictive for me then, but
I would have been happy, but to do it to someone without them knowing, that's fucked up.
I noticed it straight away. I was using for a few years already, and I bought like two or three bags, and I went home and I smoked. And man, it was totally different than normal. I said, no, I'm not gonna do this. There's a reason why.
That's how I was when I came home from prison, Marcel.
Yeah.
The new weed, I would be paranoid. Be so baked that I was like, I don't know what happened. I used to be able to smoke 7 blunts a day, probably more.
Yeah, I had the same. Went paranoid. Yeah.
It's because it's not the stuff we smoked growing up or coming up in the 90s and early 2000s. Now it's everywhere, this stuff, and it makes me think, what have they done? You know, I watched the movie We Clone Tyrone, and they got the labs under the city and they're studying people, right? It makes me think that they be underground really doing that, studying us up here with cameras and taking notes and testing and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, but that movie, they bring it like with humor and all that, you know.
Yeah, to desensitize you to the real.
Yeah, but if you look at it from another view, it has a lot of truth in it as well, because that's the stuff that we're discussing now. We are basically being manipulated, even if we think we are using something that is going to help us. It isn't.
Especially the part where they're playing music and everyone's being controlled by the music.
Yeah.
That part. And then they had 2 guys in the cell part. I think you've seen this if you watched the movie. They played classical or some type of music and the guy was crying. Then they played some like heavy metal or hip hop and the guy started beating the other guy up. And I was like, man, you know, it's changing the molecular structure.
Well, yeah, I do agree. Different types of music will activate different kinds of behaviors. That's true. But I would not say that certain types of music are necessary evil or bad or only good, because I used to listen to heavy metal a lot, and also the electronic dance music there, the hardcore from the Netherlands here, and I still listening to it a lot, really, and but also classical music, and it's just in what mood are you, you know? I can uh, get rid of stress by playing uh, fast and loud music, and I also can play classical music just to relax. It's also, but yeah, I think it's like the same we discussed earlier, the balance of things. You know, something isn't necessarily totally bad or something. It's just at what time and what moment are you is the should you play it basically, you know? And I wouldn't say that something is necessarily always bad or good. No. But yeah, it does have a lot of influence.
Hey, Maggot, I don't know if you could see this because it only showed up in my other channel for some reason. I said both guys got arrested, but charges were dropped because of the Constitution. But how long can we withstand that corruption? They're kicking people out of town meetings. Watch when you watch the video, because he said fuck or something. But according to free speech in the Constitution, even he even addressed them with court cases that proved the judge in the Supreme Court said that it's a form of expression. It don't matter if you say bitch, shit, fuck, whore, pussy, anything. It's a form of expression. And yet these crooked sheriffs, you know, follow orders of a tyrannical chief. And that's crazy. That's dangerous because now they're breaking law, period. And if you get enough people and enough evidence, you know, that's why we got to get a lot of people involved, because the more people there are,
Yeah.
the more they'll know we're serious. And, you know,
Yeah, but that takes time. And
hey, that's all we got is time.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's true. Those cops and those the corrupt justice system, they are all in the clubs, you know, in the Freemasonry and all that, and they got each other's back. They want, if somebody commits a crime, they will make sure that that dude doesn't go to prison and even has to pay their fees and all that. But if in their eyes the cattle, the sheep do something, we have to pay and go to jail. You know, it's fucked up.
Did I send you the video of this guy? I think I did send it to people. I'm not sure, but it was a guy who would use the Chomo tracking on the internet to see where they live and would track them down. And I forgot what they did, but
yeah,
they were doing
confronting them on camera, right?
Yeah, yep. And he got one of them, and the cops came, and the fucking cop told the guy he was gonna arrest the guy. And he explained to him, he got evidence that he lured him in, and he said he wanted to have sex with this and that. And the cop backed the Chomo, man, and told the other guy, if you don't leave, I'm gonna arrest you. And I'm thinking,
well, that says enough, right?
right? Yeah, I'm thinking, what the fuck, dude? Are you kidding me? Yeah. How clear as day is that? Like, what are you hiding, bro? Why are you protecting that man? What does he know?
Probably the cops are involved in that highly as well.
Yeah, I'm like, what the heck does he know?
Yeah,
they don't want that to get out in the open, huh?
No, but it's the same here in the Netherlands. There are some people that basically.
I seen one today from their Europe.
They message chomos online and say they have a child, and basically makes an appointment, and they meet somewhere, and then they can confront them with it. But I really think that civilian patrols for those people are necessary, and if our authority does not do anything about those people. We have to do it ourselves, and nobody wants to do that. Let's be clear. You know, nobody wants to. But if your children are not safe and our so-called justice system is not protecting our children, we have to do it ourselves. Yeah, it's as simple as that.
True.
Nothing else
I
can
agree.
be said about that. You know.
I agree.
And it's not, hey, we don't have to use violence, but expose them, you know, on the internet. This one is, yeah.
Yeah, we don't need the government's help.
Oh, I don't think so. At least 90% of people that are working for Gov or other institutes are all jobs that don't need to be there. You know, the government doesn't need to be big. Just a small local few people that are the people to go to talk to about things, and that's it. You know, you don't need all those people working for that big corrupt institution.
You know what the greatest thing I've noticed since I was younger? Like, there used to be ghettos and but there was more jobs back then. But it just seems like they were like, let's give them what they want. They done fixed everything up, right? And put out more state fundings for welfare and all this shit, and got everyone comfortable. No one makes a stink really no more, for the most part, right? Everyone's just like, fuck it. You know, they forgot what struggle feels like. Not everyone. There's still people out there effed up bad. I'm saying for the most part, I see difference from when I was younger to now. They done cleaned up a lot. And more welfare funding for sure. And it kind of got people comfortable. That was part of their tactic. And they can control everyone too. Because
Yeah,
just think about Section 8. You don't own that apartment. Section 8 owns that apartment. You only pay like a fucking, if rent's 900 and you only pay $120, you don't own that place. You barely rent it.
Yeah, but they played us like the Romans did, you know, give them bread and place and the people will be happy. And most of the people are like that. You know, they don't care about stuff that's really going on or how we can change it for the better. No.
That's the sucky part.
As long as they can play their NFL and have their beer, they're perfectly fine. You know, they're perfectly fine. You know,
Yeah.
No, it's the same here. I don't get it, but yeah.
Yeah, when I watch sports now, I don't know, man. I don't even watch games, truthfully. I might check the score the next day here and there, but it's just not as, when I was like ignorant to this stuff about sports, it was so much better. I was into it, enjoyed it. I would root for the team. Now I look at it and it's disgusting to me. I'm like, shh. You know, I'd be like, they're getting paid all that money. Not even a soldier gets paid to risk his life, right? You think a soldier would get that type of money?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when you see the bigger picture and you see that it's all distractions to keep us away from realizing that we're being duped, you know, and being fucked. Yeah, it's sad that a lot of parents are basically learning their children to do the same as they did, you know, and not to say for this, enough is enough. And yeah. I hope it doesn't come that far, but if it's necessary, I'm
Me
going.
too. I don't want none of that. But I feel as though the people that did wrong and, you know, the stuff that happened with, you know, the food, just people being ill and all this stuff, they have to be held accountable. That ain't right. Who gives them the right to do all this stuff? If I did anything close to that, like if I had a truck full of oil and it dumped it into the Connecticut River, what do you think will happen to me? You know, I'd be held accountable. They'd smoke my boots, make an example out of me, and ruin my life. But if a corporation does it and they have the okay, it's swept under the rug, just like the C8 in Ohio River by DuPont.
Yeah, but like what Maggot says here in the chat, they create the feed, get you reliant on it, and then they cut the feed, and that's it. They want control. They first get people to get to buy a house and or to basically lend money and all that. They get all the stuff, and now they are trying to turn it against us. And most people are lying with that because they don't want to lose their home. They still want to go times on vacation every year, and then they are going to release their freedoms to keep their stuff they already have. It's really, really.
What did the comedian say? I forgot his name. He said, you know, he was saying that we buy a home to put a bunch of junk in it, right? Or something like that. It was damn, what was the comedian's name? He passed away, but I don't know. I'm gonna close this down in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
It's like 2 o'clock here. I gotta get a few hours of sleep, but because then I'm gonna get up and do it. I didn't go live in the morning. That's why I went live at night. But it's been such a good build. We've been going for what? 5.5 hours? Damn.
Yeah, I want then end it now. You know, I'm gonna watch the rest back then. I haven't seen that yet, so gonna get me a cup of coffee.
What time is it there? 5 a.m.
Almost 8 in the morning, like 6 minutes before 8.
Yeah, it's Saturday. That's right. Peace, Maggot. Maggot's the only one that's been going strong.
Yeah.
Who else was in here? Candy, Flat Earth Nation, Dominic, Mr. Super Sidewinder. There's a few more. I know Salama came in the beginning. Elkham was 83. Bex, Dean, Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye was going in. Sometimes Mind's Eye gets me thinking so deep. And Axis too, man. Thanks to Axis for coming. And you, Marcel. And everybody.
Well, I want to wish everybody a good weekend. Take care. Take it easy. Relax a little bit.
Yeah. You'll be having your garden soon, Marcel.
Yeah.
A couple more months.
Yeah. Exactly.
2 more months.
I have to plan on the plant stuff. But I first have to finish it inside the house, you know, the lead lighting and all that. You
should plant double this year.
Well,
plant double.
That's why I took another garden on with my dad. I told my dad, Dad, you know, you know the situation in the world. I think we should.
Yeah, do double, man. You seen what you could do this year, and now you could double it.
He didn't agree straight away, but I said, well, if you don't agree, I'm gonna rent that garden. So I did. But yeah, I think
next year triple it. You know.
I think it will not be wasted money on that renting of that garden. I got fruit.
Hell no.
I got fruit trees in it already. So and some berry bushes, and I'm gonna do that more and more so that I have one garden only with apples, pears, and all that, and berries, and the rest of the other garden I'm gonna do like the vegetable stuff and all that. Yeah. Yeah, and I ate good from all that food this year. I still have some in my freezer, you know, so it's good, and tastes so much better. I can't say that enough.
Fresh food is the best. After seeing the tricks of the trade to make that fruit big, it's no good. But yeah, let me jump off of here. I'm about to eat real quick and then lay down, which is probably bad for your health, but I'm starving. That weed got me the munchies.
Well, take care and see you later.
All right, Marcel. Have
Bye.
a good day. Peace to everyone in the chat. Maggot, you're a warrior. And I'll see you guys in 8 hours. I'm out.